Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Iran's supreme leader warns of long and painful strikes if the US resumes military action. Oil prices soared to their highest level since 2022, surpassing $126 a barrel. The British Prime Minister is heckled whilst visiting Golders Green in London, where two Jewish men were attacked. In a rare public statement, Iran's supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, has vowed that the country won't give up its nuclear and missile capabilities. He also declared the United States defeated and stated that if Washington renews its attacks, it would respond with long and painful strikes. It comes as Trump is set to be briefed on new plans for potential military action against Iran. That's according to a report by Axios. I'm now joined by Robert Grenier, former director of the Central Intelligence Agency Counterterrorism Center. Robert, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. As you just heard there, Iran is warning if the US resumes military action, even if limited, they will usher in long and painful strikes on US regional positions. How credible is the IRGC's threat?
Well, I think that it very much depends on the nature of the targets that the U.S. might strike in Iran in future. If the U.S. were to confine itself to military targets, properly so called, missile launchers, missile production facilities, drone production facilities, that sort of thing, then I would imagine that the Iranians would limit their attacks to similarly military targets, U.S. military bases, et cetera. For the most part, U.S. capital naval ships are beyond the ready reach of the Iranian military. So I think that the strictly military component of what the Iranians might do is somewhat limited. The key issue is if the U.S. were to go beyond military targets, if they were to strike civilian infrastructure, as they have threatened on numerous occasions to do, then I think the Iranians would strike targets of a similar nature, and that would be a major escalation.
And if you say strike targets of a similar nature, should the neighbouring Gulf countries be concerned if an escalation does occur?
Well, I think they should be very concerned indeed. What is most significant about the hostilities thus far are the targets that have not been hit on either side. The U.S. has threatened civilian infrastructure, particularly power plants. They haven't struck them yet. Similarly, Iran has not struck major oil and gas production facilities, except in very limited cases. That could change. And then that says nothing about what the Iranians could potentially do if they were to decide to strike desalination facilities on the Arabian side of the Gulf.
And there's currently a stalemate in negotiations, and that's despite a ceasefire. Does President Trump believe stronger pressure could force concessions from Iran? Because we must remember, they didn't concede under the first military campaign that we saw.
Yeah, and I think that that's really the key to the whole situation. As has been said by some, what started out as epic fury has now become economic fury. Yeah. And essentially what the U.S. has done is settled in for a siege. They have cut off all naval traffic to Iranian ports, and they're hoping that they can squeeze the Iranian economy in a way which will potentially cause the civilian population to rise up. It's not at all clear that that's going to happen. And in a siege like this, as with any siege, it requires patience. And we know that Mr. Trump is famously impatient.
And it's really interesting because you say a siege like this requires patience. It's now economic fury. And I think a lot of people out there are seeing oil reach its highest level in 4 years, $126 a barrel at one point. And we talk about the global economy. That doesn't seem to be able to sustain this long standoff that's happening right now between the US and Iran in the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, the current cutoff of oil and gas exports from the Arabian Gulf is clearly having an impact on the U.S. economy, but it is not nearly as serious as the impact on other economies in Europe, particularly in Asia and elsewhere. And we know a lot now about the potential impact on food supplies around the world. So one of the great ironies here is that while the U.S. is suffering now and may suffer more in the near future, it pales in comparison to the suffering which is being imposed on the rest of the world. And that, I think, is going to be the next major issue that we will see. Will the rest of the world begin to weigh in a much more strong fashion to influence the U.S. to stand down on this blockade?
Iran's supreme leader has said there was no place for Americans in the Persian Gulf, apart from at the bottom of its waters. The Strait of Hormuz just remains this key sticking point between the US and Iran. Does this rhetoric now coming from the supreme leader signal Iran's shift away from a blockade to prolonged control of the Strait of Hormuz, possibly governing it for years to come?
I think that is very much what the Iranians would like to do. They realize that this is a pressure point. This is a point of leverage for them. They have said quite openly that if they were able to extract tolls, that this would be a much more reliable source of revenue than their oil exports are. So this is clearly something that they would want to do, but it's probably not something that is going to be acceptable, certainly to the Arabian Gulf or to the Europeans, the Asians, and others. And so I think that if the Iranians want to see a new security architecture in the Gulf, and that, I think, is really what they're aiming for, to somehow isolate the United States and Israel, then they're going to have to accommodate the views of the rest of the world. And although they would very much like to maintain a condominium over the Straits of Hormuz, I don't think that's going to be acceptable to the rest of the world.
What is the answer when we look at the situation and we look at the stalemate? Lots of people have said we're waiting for one of the sides to bluff. Do you think diplomacy has still got a chance here, and Pakistan mediators are trying to push that there are still talks happening?
Oh, I think there's still a place for diplomacy. There's no question in my mind. Now, it is conceivable that the U.S. could exert sufficient economic pressure on the Iranians that they cave politically. I don't think that's going to happen. And for any sort of a long-term solution, it is clearly going to require diplomacy. So I think that sooner or later we will see a recommencement of the talks, most likely in Islamabad. But there has to be a political solution to this situation.
Robert Grenier, thank you so much for joining me. Really good to have your analysis on the show. For more on this, I'm joined by Leigh Ann David, co-founder of the Israeli Coalition for Regional Security, who is in Tel Aviv. Leigh Ann, thank you so much for joining the show. Great to have you on. Let's start.
Thank you.
No worries. Let's start with Iran's Supreme Leader's statement. He says a new chapter is emerging in the Strait of Hormuz and taking shape following U.S. failure. Is he suggesting Tehran now has sovereignty over the strait?
Well, that's definitely the ambition. And I think that what he's actually proving to the region, to the U.S. and to the world is that Iran cannot have any assets whatsoever that have such a huge leverage and impact on the region. So when we're talking about, a nuclear Iran, the fact that their behavior in Hormuz is actually showing exactly what we mean about Iran becoming nuclear. Once they have a strategic asset in their disposal, they will use it and leverage it against the region and against the entire world. And this is exactly what we need to prevent. I think that President Trump was very accurate when they called the Iranian regime lunatics. We cannot have lunatics not controlling nuclear power, but also not controlling the global economy, really.
He might have called them lunatics, but he still has to negotiate with them, of course. But, Leigh Ann, President Trump will reportedly be briefed by military commanders on new military options for the Iran war. That's going to be happening today. Will further U.S. strikes end the war conclusively? And will Israel be involved in military action if it begins again?
So I think that what President Trump is now trying to do is combine kind of the various tools at his disposal, which of course is economic pressure, diplomatic pressure, and also military pressure. We have seen that the military pressure alone was not effective enough, and now he's trying to combine these various tools. So it could very well be that in a few days or in a few weeks from now, whenever we see the siege over the siege in Hormuz not nudging, not moving the Iranian position, we could definitely see the American approach towards a military action taking place. And in that case, yes, Israel could take a certain part in it. Obviously, Israel and the U.S. administration have been completely aligned from the very get-go on this matter. And this could very much be the continuation of this alignment.
And when we think about renewed military action in the region, obviously we've had a ceasefire in place. Neighbouring countries have gone back to normal life. Iran is warning that if the US does restart military action, it's going to retaliate. How concerning is that?
It isn't very concerning. Iran has showed the region that it has absolutely no borders. It will strike every single country, including countries that previously remained neutral or remained as mediators. So Iran has absolutely no boundaries in this respect. And it is a major concern, not just from an Israeli perspective, but from a regional perspective. I think all sides involved, including Israel, are not quick to go back to a military action. I think that right now, the diplomatic and economic pressure is definitely the preferred choice of action. And hopefully that will nudge the Iranian position at a certain point. There's a certain extent towards the Iranian economy will suffer from this, and perhaps the regime as well. But yes, the military option is on the table, and everybody will suffer from it. So it's definitely not the preferred one.
Israeli attacks have killed at least 9 people in southern Lebanon today. According to Trump, he's told Netanyahu he must attack Hezbollah more surgically, not knock down buildings, adding it makes Israel look bad. Is Israel going to listen to President Donald Trump when it comes to the situation in Lebanon, Leigh Ann?
So actually, Israel is being very restrained right now. There are tens of thousands of Israeli citizens that are being attacked on a daily basis. We're seeing kids running on their way to the schools, trying to find shelter. We're seeing people injured. We're also seeing the IDF soldiers trying to dismantle Hezbollah infrastructure in southern Lebanon and being killed in that action. So it's a very complicated situation. And actually, the IDF is doing this in a very surgical manner. We are in a difficult spot right now when we are trying to give room and leeway to the very constructive negotiations happening right now with the new Lebanese government. And in parallel, we have this Hezbollah threat ongoing. There's no real ceasefire there. Hezbollah continues to shoot at Israeli citizens and towns every single day. So it's a very complicated situation. What is really important here, Leigh Ann, though, is to make sure that we now start detaching between the Iranian influence and what's happening in Lebanon. We have a new opportunity here for Lebanon. We have a new government that wants peace in the region and wants peace with Israel and is anti-Iran and anti-Hezbollah. We need to strengthen this government, and the key to that is to completely detach Iranian influence over what's happening in Lebanon. Hopefully, the next few months will bring us closer to that.
And finally, Leigh Ann, I want to end with the strong worldwide condemnation after Israel intercepted a flotilla bound for Gaza. There's been a lot of outcry from various countries about this today. Is this an act of piracy on Israel's part?
Actually, on the contrary, it is an act of piracy and provocation. We know these flotillas, the only basic thing that they want to do is upload TikTok videos onto social media. They have no real purpose. There's humanitarian aid flowing in, coming in. There's no real claim about this towards Israel right now. So what is it exactly that they're trying to achieve? Israel has agreed to the 20-point Trump plan. We got to a ceasefire, and now it's all about how to dismantle Hamas and how to create a new future in Gaza. What is it that they want besides TikTok videos? I truly don't know. Israel cannot allow these flotillas, piracy flotillas coming in on its waters every now and then. So this was expected, and it's really a provocation.
Leigh Ann Pollock-David, thank you so much as always.
Thank you so much.
Oil prices have soared to their highest level since 2022, surpassing $126 a barrel. It comes as the U.S. military is set to brief President Donald Trump on potential new military action in the Iran war. The Speaker of Iran's parliament has also mocked the U.S. over the surging prices. For more on this, I'm joined by Nuruddin Al-Houmari, Chief Market Strategist at Equity Group. Nuruddin, as always, really good to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Pleasure. Oil prices, highly volatile, surging towards their highest levels since the war began, then quickly falling back. Why are we seeing these huge swings at the moment?
That is part of what we call it, the rebalancing. Last night during the Asian session, we topped almost 125, and then today we're trading about 114, or so far at 114. Of course, the continuation of the verbal interventions that we're seeing from, at least from the U.S. administration, is also playing part of it. And there might be also at the same time some sort of intervention, not just verbally, but actual intervention by the U.S. government or other governments. At the same time, it's a little bit worrying now that we might be reaching a point where it is basically hitting what is called the demand destruction, when the prices are hitting new record highs, or at least not for now, but the record high is still far away. But it is still possible. These high swings, when you're talking about the war might return, just a few hours ago, also Israel said that we might have to attack Iran once again. This doesn't basically help the prices to go lower. It is on the contrary. In addition to that, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. Yes, there are very few tankers are actually moving out of the strait, but it's still, the supply is still disrupted, and even with higher production, it's still, the deliveries are the issue.
And the Speaker of Iran's parliament has actually mocked the U.S. over the surging oil price, taking aim at the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and saying oil will surge to $140 a barrel. How accurate is this estimate? Could we see oil going to that level?
Remember about maybe the middle of the war when we were talking, it was about, between $90 and $100, and then we kept the idea of reaching 120 and even 140 and even 150 on the table. And this is still the case. So far, at the beginning of the war, it was a delivery issue, and then we had also production at some point because of the attacks from Iran on multiple countries and multiple production lines. Now, yes, this has been fixed, but still the supply is the problem now. And I guess even when you talk about, or the U.S. is talking about, we have the oil, we can sell everybody, but at the same time, you still have about 700 tankers are still stuck in the Strait of Hormuz. So this won't also help at the same time. So in addition to that, I think as long as the Strait of Hormuz is closed and the supply are still very, very short, in addition to that, we're still using also reserves. This won't basically tame the prices lower. On the contrary, 140 as we speak, that might not be that far away.
And despite geopolitical tensions and higher energy costs, the U.S. stock market is actually inching closer to all-time highs. It's pretty phenomenal when you see the two things together, oil surging, the U.S. stock market just on an absolute rally. Why is this? Is it down to the strong corporate earnings that we're seeing?
It's a combination. On one side, you have the continuous verbal intervention, or the continuous also selling the hope to investors by the U.S. administration that this war will be ending soon. Yesterday, Trump was saying we are on we're negotiating on the phone with the Iranians. This war will be ending very soon. It might end before the Ukraine war. All these interventions basically keeps the hopes or the hopes trade going. In addition to that, also, most of the earnings that we saw, if I'm not mistaken, 84% of the companies that released their earnings came in much better than expected. We have also, in addition to that, not to mention the capex spending on AI is also reached a new record. This is still basically going to keep on the market happy, but there will be a question also here when the market or when the high energy prices will start affecting equities. I don't think so. That's going to take too much time from now. I would say within maybe a couple of days, maybe even within a week or two. This is when if we keep seeing the oil elevated, this will start basically hurting stocks, which I think that would be a correction that is needed after that rally, unless if things basically changed or if they announce a deal, which I believe the world now cannot afford another 2-3 weeks of another war, with the oil also at these levels. In addition to that, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed.
So you think another 2 to 3 weeks? I'm sure a lot of people are watching this thinking and hoping that we get a deal by then. But I just want to talk to you a little bit about central banks, because we've had a slew of central bank decisions. Of course, the Fed, ECB and the BOE have all kept interest rates on hold, and that's really amid the Iran war. Was this widely expected? And is the concern about rising inflation in the future?
Absolutely. I mean, yesterday was the last press conference for Jerome Powell as the Fed chair before his successor comes in the next month. But all of the three central banks basically talked about one thing, which is most important thing, is the stagflation risk. We're talking about lower growth. Even today, the GDP data from the U.S. came in also slower than expected. Inflation, core PCE, by the way, that's one of the most important thing today when the U.S. administration says there's no inflation. Core PCE today and the PCE are at levels. The last time we've seen that was in 2022, when the Federal Reserve was actually raising rates, when PCE was 3.5 and the core PCE was 3.2%. Now, Trump is asking the Fed to cut rates. This is not going to happen anytime soon. On the contrary, markets are also pricing in a possibility of a rate hike now. The ECB, the same thing. Now, in June, estimates are over 80% chance for the ECB to raise rates. Same thing also from Bank of England. The central banks right now, they're stuck or cornered between slower growth and higher inflation. And at the same time, if you're asking the question which way the central banks will go, they will definitely fight inflation, even if this means the economy would slide back into a recession or to see a much slower growth.
And as I always say to you, Nuruddin, recession makes everyone a little bit frightened when you talk about recession. Interesting when it comes to stagflation too, and I'm sure Donald Trump won't be happy if the new Fed chair is not cutting rates. But just a quick thought from you on Japan, because reports suggest Japan has stepped in to support its currency, the yen. How is the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz affecting the yen and prompting intervention by the Japanese authorities? And do you think we could see this more worldwide?
I don't think so that we'll see it more worldwide, but here the yen is a little bit different. It's a carry trade. It's a carry trade currency. This is basically, we've seen this multiple times before. Verbal interventions also the same levels when dollar yen reaches 160. We hear either from Bank of Japan or the finance ministry. Today we had a double intervention. First, the verbal intervention from the finance minister saying, oh, this is the last warning before we take action, and then the vice president also said that we cannot actually rule out a bold action. A couple of hours later, we saw also Nikkei reporting that the government basically entered a buying operation. That's something to be expected. Does this mean it's going to spill over the rest of the world? I don't think so, at least for the time being. But the 160 now, we know for a fact the 160 now is becoming the ceiling for dollar yen and the Bank of Japan to intervene again. And I think the longer the conflict in the Middle East continues, there's still more possibilities of an intervention like that, but most likely it's going to stay contained much more than it would be spilling over anywhere else.
Nur al-Din al-Humari, I feel like I could talk to you all day, but let's end on an optimistic note. Hopefully 2 to 3 weeks.
Always.
And everything will be in a much more positive place. Thank you so much, as always, for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Counter-terrorism police in the UK are continuing to investigate a stabbing in North London, which they are treating as a terrorist incident. 2 Jewish men were stabbed and a 45-year-old man has now been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. The government's advisor on terrorism, Jonathan Hall, has said attacks on Jews were the biggest national security emergency in almost a decade. For more on this, I'm joined by journalist Juliet Foster. Juliet, thank you so much for your time and for joining me today. The Prime Minister Keir Starmer has visited the area today. Tell us about this and why was this such a significant moment?
Keir Starmer was doing what I would expect any Prime Minister to do in this situation. You go into the neighbourhood, you talk to people, walk into that lion's den. There will be people who will be very polite, as they were. He met community officials, etc., but there were also hecklers. We have to be clear, there is a lot of anger in Jewish communities, not just in London, but around the country. Because, you know, we hear about the attacks against Jews, the attacks that make it to the news, but there are attacks which are not reported to official bodies. You may hear about them if you have organisations which are actually trying to collate the data to give us a picture about how threatened many Jews feel. And you have to ask yourself, why is it that cases of abuse, threats, harassment, etc. are not being reported to the police? Is there a lack of faith in the police, their ability to do something to respond to it appropriately? Only the community elders can tell us. But yes, the Prime Minister went down there. He was met by people who told him what had happened, community leaders, but there were also people who heckled him because he condemned the violence. Fine, but words don't really carry. So yes, it was important that he was there, but let's also not forget as well that you had leaders of the opposition who were there too. They went to Golders Green yesterday, some went today. They were talking to members of the community, again amplifying that anger. But again, it points to a Prime Minister who they feel is not doing enough. That yes, he's listening, but he's not really absorbing the feelings, the anger, to get to the grips of that. So it was important that he was there, but it's what comes out of it. And yes, he has announced initiatives today, so that in itself is quite significant.
And that brings me on to something I wanted to talk about next, because I found this something that a lot of people are saying. The government is facing so much criticism over this attack and also the effectiveness of its counter-extremism programme, Prevent, after it emerged that the suspect was actually referred to this programme back in 2020. So many people are asking, what's gone so wrong with the authorities and these programmes in place?
Yeah, and you make a very, very good point as well, because the suspect, from what we understand, he has a history of mental health issues, he's had a history of violence, etc., and he had been referred to Prevent. Now, there are some people who would tell you that Prevent is very effective in terms of catching people on time and removing them, taking them out of that extremist vortex into which some of them have slipped. But then there are others, perhaps, who were known to Prevent and it didn't work. Critics have argued that the reason why Prevent has, shall we say, a patchy track record is because its brief is very, very broad. And because the brief is quite broad, it's picking people up who perhaps are neurodivergent, and because they're neurodivergent, then their behaviour is not understood. There could be people who may have mental health issues, people who have other concerns, etc. But it's almost as if you're putting it into a very broad sweep of terrorism. So I guess that the argument is that if your remit is very wide, then you're capturing the wrong people. That's the primary criticism, because they said that disproportionately there are more people who are actually being referred to Prevent services to wean them away from terrorist thoughts, terrorist actions, terrorist sympathies, etc. There are more of them who are there who shouldn't be there than are, if that makes sense. I'm probably not expressing myself terribly well, so I do apologise for that. But it's basically seen as a flaw within Prevent. And what happened here with this man will be seen as an example of its failure.
And no, you explained it perfectly, Juliet. It's a rarely complicated and, as you say, broad programme, which makes it that more difficult. But what more do we know about the attacker at this stage? As I mentioned, was referred to prevent, but what more has emerged about him?
Well, what we know is that he is 45 years of age and he was born in Somalia. And he came to Britain legally in the 1990s. Now, in terms of anything else about his background, in terms of how he supported himself, his family, these are things which will come out over time. Now, the background is very important because I'm going to be very careful, diplomatic in the way that I phrase this, but very recently we have found that the police have actually been talking about the ethnicity of people, because this is also quite political as well, because there are concerns about people who are coming into the country, particularly from certain nations, and questions about their vetting, etc. So I'm sure that questions will be raised about this man's background, whether there was anything in his past which perhaps pointed to his future, to what he would do yesterday, because this is attempted murder. We know that the men who were attacked, they are alive, they are in hospital, they are being treated. But in terms of this attacker himself, it is a fact that he came to this country in the 1990s. He is now 45 years of age. So the question is, what sort of a background did he come from? What criteria was he put through to determine that it was okay for him to live here? These are questions which will be asked. And as I've said before, they do have a political connotation, because one of the hot button issues in the United Kingdom is this whole talk about immigration and people, where they're coming from, and the criteria that is in place to allow them to come through, what is being done to help integrate them into communities, etc., that they don't fall through the net and perhaps connect with people whose intentions towards this country are hostile.
And that's really interesting, because when you talk about a hot political topic, a lot of people will criticise the Labour government for not doing enough to tackle the migration problem that's been seen in the UK. And that's why there could be a rise of parties like Reform when you have a look at the polls. So this could be very political, as you do say. But this isn't the first attack. How are the government proposing now to prevent other attacks from this happening?
Well, what they've done is that they have said they're going to put aside £25 million to put extra police officers on the streets in Jewish communities, because the key thing is safety. We heard a lot of Jews who were heckling the Prime Minister. They were basically saying, look, we don't feel safe. We've lived in this country for years. This country actually gave shelter to many people who were escaping the persecution of the Jews in Nazi Germany. So you had people who left Germany. They built up their homes, they had families here, those children have had children, and so on and so forth. And there's something very wrong when people who have a connection with this country, who are born here, whatever, basically feel that they can't make it their home. So they've basically said, this is the government, we're going to put aside £25 million. The other thing which they said is that they're going to fast-track legislation to tackle state-sponsored attacks, or state-sponsored of groups, I should say. Now, this is important because you've had this attack that happened in Golders Green, and yet we also had another attack happening in the same area involving 4 ambulances, okay, 2 or 4 ambulances, but they were torched in March. Now, these were investigated, and these crimes were linked, or that crime was linked to Iran. Now, the reason why I'm sort of gesticulating about this is because when we talk about Iran in the global context, Iran is presented as engaging in proxy warfare. So in other words, it's sponsoring various groups of Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, etc. But it also goes beyond that. There's this what I call microscopic backing, so to speak. So if you've actually got individuals who've been radicalised online and they have these connections with Iran in whatever way, shape or form, and it's happening, it's manifesting itself in attacks on the community. This was an example of that, because there was security footage which showed the individuals involved, or allegedly involved, I should say, actually scoping the joint in the run-up to this attack and then attacking and then setting fire to these ambulances. We've also had petrol bombs that were thrown at a synagogue in North London, not actually far away, in fact, an area called Finchley, not far away from Golders Green. This happened in April. The police said this was anti-Semitic. The really frightening attack happened in Manchester. Now, that happened last year. What happened was that you had an attacker who drove into the gates of a synagogue. 2 men were killed. They were stabbed. Now, in context, that was the first fatal anti-Semitic terror attack in Britain since 1994, when the records began. So it's understandable why the community is feeling frightened and why people are basically questioning whether it is worth staying in this country. The question is, where else can you go? Because this whole issue about community safety, it is being mirrored in other European countries too, other parts of the world. So this latest attack, it is part of a long line of attacks. But remember what I said at the beginning, that there are people who are abused, they're harassed, and these are things which perhaps don't make their way to official quarters, but make their way to the police. So these are the things which don't get recorded in the numbers, which makes you wonder, well, just how accurate are the numbers when police actually submit data about the attacks against the Jewish community? How authentic are they if there are numbers which are not being picked up?
Juliet Foster, thank you so much for your analysis and all your points. Really interesting. A pleasure to have you on.
Thank you.
Britain's King Charles has paid tribute to victims of the September 11 attacks during a high-profile visit to New York. The royals also met community and business leaders on their 3rd day of a trip, blending remembrance, diplomacy and cultural outreach. Chris Gilbert has this report.
A moment of reflection as King Charles and Queen Camilla honoured those killed in the September 11 attacks almost 25 years ago. The royal couple laid flowers and met families of the victims.
They were very nice. They were asking about, they asked about our father. They asked about, being a fireman in New York. We are grateful that they're obviously extremely busy and they took time out of their schedule.
They then drew crowds in New York's Harlem neighborhood, where they visited a community gardening initiative, joining children to feed chickens and plant vegetables.
We love y'all, and if you're ever back in Harlem and here in America, you're welcome to come and visit me.
But not everyone was a fan.
I think maybe there are more productive ways to be spending our tax dollars, for sure, but I don't think it's necessarily hurting anybody.
Queen Camilla marked a cultural milestone, reading from Winnie the Pooh at the New York Public Library to celebrate 100 years of the beloved character. The King met business leaders as part of efforts to strengthen economic ties between the UK and the United States. But the visit has not been without political undertones. New York City's mayor said he would raise the issue of the UK returning the Koh-i-Noor diamond to India if given the chance to speak privately with the monarch. At a gala marking 50 years of the King's Trust, prominent figures gathered to celebrate the charity's work supporting young people.
Well, I think it's wonderful that the King and Queen are visiting the United States at this particular moment.
The King's speech emphasized transatlantic ties,
which, of course, is a relationship rooted in shared creativity, enterprise and values, reminding us that we are truly greater together.
And across the city, the Empire State Building was lit in red, white and blue, a symbolic show of that relationship. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
Turning to the sports news now, and PIF has told Arabiya English it's made the decision to fund LIV Golf only for the remainder of the 2026 season. The substantial investment required by LIV Golf over a long term is no longer consistent with the current phase of PIF's investment strategy. This decision has been made in light of PIF's investment priorities and current macro dynamics. The LIV Golf board has created a committee of independent directors to evaluate strategic alternatives for its future beyond PIF's funding horizon. LIV Golf has substantially grown the game globally through its transformational and positive impact. It has forever changed the game of golf for the better. PIF remains committed to deploying capital internationally in line with its investment strategy, including its substantial current and future investments in various sports and priority sector. A reminder of our top stories. Iran's supreme leader warns of long and painful strikes if the US resumes military action. Oil prices soared to their highest level since 2022, surpassing $126 a barrel. The British Prime Minister is heckled whilst visiting Golders Green in London, where 2 Jewish men were attacked. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, and we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Has the deal-maker-in-chief met his match? Just hours after President Donald Trump declared he had no desire to continue the Iran ceasefire, he unilaterally announced an extension. Amid threats of a return to bombing, Tehran didn't blink. So, who's to blame for the deadlock, and where does the region go from here? That Counterpoints debate with me, Melinda Nucifora, is coming up soon.
The war in Iran and the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz have triggered what many are calling the most significant global energy security shock in decades, disrupting a critical artery that carries roughly the implications extend far beyond short-term volatility. This crisis is beginning to reshape the trajectory of the global energy transition, shifting the narrative from climate-driven policy to one increasingly centered on security, resilience, and diversification. At the same time, the LNG market is entering a period of profound rebalancing, with up to 20% of global supply disrupted and medium-term tightness now a central concern for both Asia and Europe. In this context, new winners and losers are emerging, from the United States positioning itself as a swing supplier to Russia benefiting from higher prices and renewed demand for pipeline gas. Against this backdrop, we speak with our guest. Joining us from Japan, Tatiana Mitrova, the research fellow at Center for Global Energy Policy, to unpack how this conflict is redefining global energy markets, altering investment priorities, and potentially accelerating or delaying the next phase of the energy transition. Tatiana, thank you so much for joining me on the show. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Over the last few weeks, we have had a number of declarations and announcements and statements made to the effect of whether the Strait of Hormuz is closed, partially opened, or fully opened. Who actually decides whether the Strait of Hormuz is open or not? And more importantly, what are the criteria?
So I think it's quite clear that no single actor can declare the Strait of Hormuz commercially open in a meaningful sense. In practice, the strait is open only when 4 conditions are met. When physical passage is possible, not the case today. When ship owners are willing to sail, again, we don't see it. When, most importantly, insurers provide coverage at a workable price, and when cargoes can move in predictable schedules. None of these things is met today. And I think it's quite clear that it's not a military question. It's not even a legal question. It's a commercial question. Market participants should decide whether it's secure or not to use the strait. And at the moment, we do not see it happening at all. Though there were many announcements that it's opened, then again closed. For the shipping industry, right now it is still closed.
Energy security again makes a strong comeback in 2026 in light of the war on Iran and the closure of the Hormuz Strait. How does this impact global efforts to transition to renewables, which arguably has taken a hit in the last couple of years, right? Keeping in mind that the driver this time could be less related to climate and more to security. What are your thoughts here?
You're right. For several years, the dominant question was how fast can we decarbonize? Now the question is increasingly how can we remain secure, resilient, and economically competitive? So it's not necessarily the transition we were talking about previously. It's a changing logics. The Iranian war is pushing governments towards energy policy, which is much more focused on resilience, redundancy, on grid development, storage, flexible power, and reduced exposure to vulnerable import routes. In certain cases, it coincides with the energy transition as we knew it before. Higher electrification, domestic low-carbon power, solar, wind, which reduce import dependency, growing electricity storage, which provides higher adaptability of the grids, the grid development and interconnectivity, all these sorts of energy efficiency and demand flexibility. This is part which is more or less aligned with a typical energy transition logic. But it's also favoring all the other local resources, including even coal. Yeah, we see right now Japan, Korea, and many other Southeast Asian countries, they are actually increasing utilization of their existing coal-fired power plants because they need energy badly right now and they cannot find replacement for the missing barrels and BCMs of the Gulf hydrocarbons. It is also the current situation, it is increasing momentum for nuclear power. Just recently in Tokyo, I've heard representatives from Philippines, from Vietnam, from several other countries discussing their focus on medium and small-scale reactors in order to provide a base load for their electricity generation once they felt this Gulf shock. It is also favoring the local oil and gas developments because, again, countries which are import dependent, they feel vulnerable and they want to ensure at least some security. So I'm not sure if it is like a normal energy transition as we knew it before. It's rather transition towards more secure and reliable system.
Interesting. Now, Tatiana, I want to move to the LNG market, and I know that's a topic close to your heart. With Qatari LNG, which amounts to some 20% of global supplies, is shut out of the market, and damages in Qatari facilities reportedly needing a couple of years to fix and rebuild. How does this materially change the LNG market moving into the next decade?
Just before February, the gas discussion was centered around arriving LNG glut. All the market participants were expecting the next biggest LNG wave and already preparing for oversupply and very low gas prices. Now it has turned 180 degrees with the Qatar energy outages and quite unclear repair schedule. So yes, they've announced 3 to 5 years, which is a lot. But the war is also postponing the other developments which were scheduled in the northern field. It has also put on hold all the production, not only in the Gulf, but also in the Israeli offshore. So the global market is missing significant volumes of LNG. I would say if the situation remains where it is, it might amount up to 30 million tons in a quite short period of time. So it is important for the market participants now to change their mentality and perception from abundance to scarcity. And given that there are very few new additions coming to the market in 2026, just 3 projects in the US, several trains, so it's not a massive growth, and another couple of tiny additions in Pacific region. Basically, we do not have replacement for the missing volumes. It's not easy to find such huge amounts of gas supplies, neither LNG supplies nor pipeline gas supplies. So now the markets start to panic. You can see it already reflected in the prices, especially in the Asian region, which relied much more on Qatari LNG. 80% of it was going to Asia. So Asian consumers, they already see demand destruction. They have to switch to the other fuels or just reduce their consumption, introduce some rationing. The other consumers, like European, they are still they are competing for the LNG cargoes, hoping to secure sufficient volumes in order to start refilling storage facilities for the next winter. So I'm afraid it's going to be a rather tough competition and deficit market in the months to come.
And we're going to expand more on the European gas situation and their gas reserves prior to winter. But I would like to ask you, Tatiana, do you think that the U.S. is one of the biggest winners of this war when it comes to oil and LNG, and it's specifically on the LNG side? I would like to hear your thoughts on that and whether why or why not the U.S. is the biggest winner from this war.
So, first of all, I would like to say that there are no winners in this war. Even the U.S., if you are looking from the macroeconomic perspective, is losing because the prices for gasoline, for other fuels are going up, and the U.S. economy is facing similar inflationary pressure as the other economies in the world. But if we are talking specifically about the U.S. oil and gas industry, yeah, it has a certain windfall simply because of the higher prices, but also it is now benefiting from higher demand, and it can better place its new arriving volumes, especially the US LNG industry. It was already beginning to struggle to make contracts for the new projects under development. Now it's out of question. There is a queue among the customers who are willing to offtake the new US LNG volumes. So in this respect, yeah, it provides certain support to the projects which are already coming, like Golden Pass and Corpus Christi and Plaquemines and the others. It is also providing much better support for the projects which have not yet made FID, but but now the rationale for final investment decisions is much more clear, and bankability of these projects is increasing. It's also the war is supporting the U.S. oil production, though we see that still many oil companies are hesitant to quickly increase their output because they are afraid that the situation of high prices and high demand may not last for long. So they are cautious regarding their investments. So they keep capital discipline. But I think with each week of the conflict lasting, they will become more and more enthusiastic about making new investments. So yes, U.S. oil and gas industry is winning to a certain extent, but I would say most of the other countries are losing.
What about Russia then, Tatiana? What are the ramifications of the current Iran war and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz? How does it impact demand for Russian oil and gas, whether on the short term or structurally on the long term?
You know, just before this war started, in the end of February, Russian government was already discussing massive budget cuts. And the February 28th came as a real blessing for the Russian economy, with a sudden increase in prices. And for the first time in many years, Urals is traded with a premium to Brent. So it was absolutely unexpected in all the calculations of the Russian economic ministry. There is indeed a huge spike in the demand for Russian oil, and we saw that many customers, especially in Asia, who didn't want to take Russian barrels during the past few months, are now very happy to get it. There was also a certain geopolitical benefit because the U.S. provided these waivers, consequential waivers for sanctioned Russian barrels, and it also helped to support demand. India and the other countries are very actively purchasing Russian oil, but and there is a very important clarification. It is right now just a windfall. Yeah, so the same volumes, but higher prices. And during the past 2 months, Ukrainian forces were very active attacking Russian export infrastructure, first of all in the Baltic Sea, but also in the Black Sea as well. So actually, Russia has lost quite significant capacity for a period of time temporarily, but it was not able to completely utilize this windfall opportunity. And looking forward, I would say that these days, Russia has quite limited capacity to significantly increase production and export volumes, talking about both oil and petroleum products. 4 years of Russia-Ukrainian war, 4 years of underinvestment, they play their role. It will take quite some time before Russian oil companies would be ready to invest. At the moment, all their investment resources are basically absorbed by the government. So there should be a massive revision in the Russian state energy policy, and significant upstream investments are needed in order to make a visible increase in the Russian oil output and exports. My gut feeling is that at least for 2026, it will be just a windfall, depending on how long the prices will remain elevated. With the gas, the situation is not driven by the upstream. Russia is still producing a lot and could produce much more gas. The key limitation is export infrastructure. So with all the sanctions on LNG and severe shortage of LNG tankers, Russia cannot produce and cannot move more LNG to the markets. And with the pipeline, Power of Siberia 1 is already completely utilized, so Russia cannot push more gas to China at the moment. And with Europe, Russia would be happy to export more, but Europe is phasing out Russian gas supplies step by step. By the end of 2026, there should be basically no more significant flows from Russia.
Sure.
So it's more a question of regulation and infrastructure availability.
On the infrastructure, Tatiana, if you remember the last time we had you on the program some 7 months ago, it was to discuss the Power of Siberia 2 gas pipeline that at the time took one further step forward. Would the Strait of Hormuz closure change China's calculus towards the Power of Siberia 2 and hasten its construction? And more generally, would the current events in the Gulf further enhance the energy relationship between Russia and China?
Most likely, yes. We don't know yet. We don't see any evidence. But logically thinking, China, which was always very much preoccupied with its energy security, accumulating all these strategic petroleum reserves and diversifying as much as possible its supply mix, now feels much better than many of its Asian neighbors. So looking at the Gulf situation, it's quite reasonable to accept that China will try to further diversify its supply mix, and Russia is candidate number one with its Power of Siberia 2 potential. But at the same time, first of all, it's not only Russia, which can be part of a diversified portfolio. Just a week ago, China has actually signed a new memorandum with Turkmenistan on the fourth stage of Galkanish field development and very actively discusses Line D construction, so further expansion of Turkmenistan gas supplies. And second, even if it is Russian gas coming to China, the question for Russia is when, at what price, and what are the conditions regarding financing and take-or-pay volumes. So it might be tricky, and I assume China will still be very hard negotiator for these contracts if it happens.
I want to go back to Europe. How's Europe faring so far when it comes to gas specifically, given that its gas storage is around 30% at the moment? Will it be able, you think, to hit the 90% target before next winter, given the shutdown of the Qatari LNG?
It is already very stretching. We don't know for how long the situation in the Gulf will be as it is. But if it lasts further in the summer, then I believe it will become nearly impossible to reach this goal of 90%. European Union has actually certain flexibility, so there might be some easing of this target. But nevertheless, the coming winter for Europe is going to be rather difficult. At the moment, though, I should say Europe doesn't have any physical gas deficit. In March, cargoes which departed from Qatar were just arriving to Europe. In April, Europe managed to replace the missing volumes with the increased pipeline gas supplies, first of all via Turkstream, Russian gas still coming. For the next month, it will receive LNG cargo goes from the US, certain replacement of Qatar energy from Golden Pass. So for the time being, for the European gas balance, it's still okay. But indeed, the next winter problem and the storage refill, that is going to be quite tough.
And if we extend the timeline for Europe to the medium term, let's say, how does the war on Iran further complicate the EU's energy security and transition outlook coming off the back of the 2022 Ukraine war and its continued pivot away from Russia, like you rightly told us a little while ago? They are planning by the end of the year to almost totally transition away from Russian hydrocarbons.
This is a very challenging situation for the whole European energy system. So it decided to get rid of Russian hydrocarbons. That was painful, that was difficult, but now it is this moment is approaching, and right at this time the crisis in the Gulf happened. So now Europe has to diversify away from two of its major energy suppliers, Russia and Gulf countries. There is a third major supplier, the US. We've discussed it. But if you keep in mind the very recent events around Greenland, and overall tensions between the US and the EU, obviously European consumers do not feel 100% confident that the US is a reliable supplier in this situation. So definitely they would prefer to have more diversified supply mix rather than relying only on the US. But there are very few additional sources. So Europe is looking at North Africa, Algeria, Morocco, which have very limited upside at the moment. So in 3-5 years, if the upstream investments are made and proper investment climate is created, then probably it would be much more. But at the moment, we are talking about just very tiny potential additions. Similarly to the Caspian gas, Azerbaijan in particular, the potential is huge, but you need to invest $1 billion in the offshore upstream and in the capacity increase in order to bring these, to produce these volumes and to bring them to Europe. So there are other LNG projects globally, like in Africa, in Latin America, but they all take time. So there is no immediate simple solution, no immediate relief. And it means that Europe will have, first of all, to try to attract each and every molecule available globally. It will also have most likely to go for certain demand limitation, demand destruction, especially among the industrial consumers, I think is inevitable at the current price level. Improving energy efficiency, doubling down on energy transition and renewables. So it will be a very complex task with a difficult transitional period. So 2026, 2027, no simple solution and quite a difficult adaptation for Europe.
Well, we're going to have to end on that sobering note. It's always a pleasure to have you with us and bringing clarity to our discussions. Tatiana Mitrova, Research Fellow at the Center for Global Energy Policy, thank you for making time and joining us on the show.
Thank you so much.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
Do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together?
And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
To be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die.
And I would like to welcome President of Finland, Dr. Alexander Stubb, in this exclusive interview for Arabiya English. And of course, we welcome you with us on Arabiya English.
Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, you're here visiting Egypt, coming from Jordan, in a time where is the time of war in this area, the Iranian attacks on the Gulf countries, on Jordan, the closing of the Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz. So the timing and the significance of this visit, of your visit now, can you just shed light on that?
I think it's very important that me as a president coming from the north has good connections with this region. I've been to Egypt before, I've been to Jordan before in various capacities, but of course right now we live through very dangerous and precarious times around the world, and many of the conflicts that we see, whether it's Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine, whether it's the US, Israel and Iran, or Iran and the Gulf states, or Israel and Lebanon, Israel and Gaza, Israel and the West Bank are interlinked. So for me it's been very important to hear the views of His Majesty the King of Jordan, or His Excellency the President of Egypt. And so I learn a lot during these trips, and then I can take this back to my European colleagues and friends and allies.
Of course, the current situation as regards the negotiations between the United States and Iran in Islamabad is just surrounded by ambiguity, confusion. We're not sure if the negotiations will resume, or they will be able to make a deal, will the military will be used again.
Yeah.
So do you fear a worse scenario?
Well, obviously, we work with many different scenarios, but if you look at the parameters or the landing zone of the negotiations, I would assume there are at least 4 issues. One of them is the enrichment of uranium, so nuclear weapons, and there probably a deadline, 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years is what the Americans and Iranians are negotiating about. Second, proxies. How do you make sure that, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, are not used by the Iranians anymore in the future? Third, missiles. How do you limit? Because those are the missiles that have been flown into the region. And then, of course, finally, the Strait of Hormuz. And unfortunately, we're now in a situation whereby the Strait of Hormuz was open, and now the Iranians have discovered that they can kind of use it as a nuclear weapon because it's 20% of global oil exports going through that strait. So hopefully they'll find a solution, but it looks very difficult right now.
You think it's very difficult?
Yeah, I think, we are on a knife's edge. We don't know how these negotiations are going to end. I myself have actually spoken to the American negotiators over the weekend. They were carefully hopeful, but of course now we've seen that J.D. Vance didn't travel to Islamabad, so there's a little bit of back and forth. I guess the good news is that the ceasefire holds, but the bad news is that the Strait of Hormuz is not open, and we don't have a solution yet.
Okay, hypothetically speaking, if the war ends now, how long will the world economy recover?
It's difficult to say, and it depends on where you're from. A country like Finland doesn't get directly affected by exports of oil or fertilizers or food from this region. But indirectly we do, because, of course, of higher petrol prices, because of potential inflation, even the idea of increasing interest rates. But then if you are from this region or if you are from Asia, you get hit much harder. So I do think that this will have ramifications. But the truth is, the sooner we're able to end this conflict, the smaller the ramifications. Example, COVID. COVID was long-term, and it hit us hard for a long time. We hope that this will be shorter term.
Okay, among European leaders, you are known for your close relationship with President Trump. I'm sure you've heard that before. Well, you have been described as Trump's best pal in Europe, the Trump's whisperer. You played golf in Mar-a-Lago for 7 hours. Actually, you were described as the golf diplomacy and Europe's envoy to Mar-a-Lago. Well, given this friendship, could you mediate in this war between Iran and the United States?
Well, first of all, I don't want to inflate my role with the President of the United States. You have to remember the President of the United States is very much his own man. So I am privileged in the sense that I have a relationship with him. We're able to communicate, text, or call each other. But if I get one idea through out of 10, I'm very lucky. And usually the things that we discuss are a little bit out of this region. Icebreakers, which we sell to the United States, NATO, and then Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. So we haven't really spoken that much on Iran. And I don't think the Americans want Europeans as mediators. That's why they're using the Pakistanis. And actually previously the Egyptians and the Omanis as well. So I think this is more of regional mediation. Ukraine and Russia is a different story.
Of course. Well, Europe's leaders refuse to support the United States in this current war with Iran. What is Finland's position, especially since you have expressed solidarity with the Gulf countries and also Jordan that are facing Iranian attacks?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the first thing I did was to express solidarity to the Gulf states after Iran attacked. And I have told my European friends, can you imagine if Russia were to send missiles and drones into, say, 12 European countries? We would probably call it a world war. So I called many of my friends and colleagues in the region. Now, Finland's position is the same as about 40 to 50 countries around the world, led by France and the UK, who want the Strait of Hormuz to be open, who want to respect the freedom of navigation. And our involvement will be very similar to what it has been in previous events like this, through Atalanta missions and others. But we don't really have any warships or anything like that we can send. And I think the European approach is that once we have a ceasefire and a peace agreement, if there is a necessity then to monitor that and to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz stays open, then we can come in and help together with our allies.
Okay, President Trump has also criticized his European allies for not supporting the United States during this war. Well, does Europe intend to redefine or rearrange its relationship with the United States? And could you mediate between the United States and Europe, given the proximity you have with the President?
Well, I guess the starting point is to say that, the war in Iran is different from what we have usually experienced, in the sense that there was no prior consultation of allies. It was very much an American and Israeli endeavor. Having said that, it is absolutely clear that we want to help the United States to solve it. And as an individual partner and an ally to the United States, I'm sure, much like the United Kingdom or anyone else, will try to help us as best we can. When it comes to US-Europe relations, I still believe very strongly in the alliance. And I know that, there are a few ripples in the relationship right now because of the language that's been used. But I think, we try to work on a close bilateral relationship, especially on defense cooperation with the United States. It's mutually beneficial. I mentioned the icebreakers that we sold to the U.S. We just bought 64 F-35s from the U.S. So we'll continue on that track. And then, of course, it's in our vested interest keep the United States engaged in NATO. But we're realistic. We think that Europe should take more responsibility of its security. But I'm not going to give advice to NATO allies who've been there from the beginning. We've only been members for 3 years.
Yes, I'm talking now about NATO. Well, Finland officially joined NATO, driven by the security concerns after the Russian-Ukrainian war. You share a border with Russia around 1,300 kilometers. Well, President Trump has threatened to withdraw from NATO, but you stated that there are no indications of a U.S. withdrawal. Exactly. Are these confirmed assurances that President Trump or the United States will remain in NATO?
Yeah, I look at it from both a military and a political perspective. I think it's in the interests of the alliance, and more specifically of the United States, to have close allies. And the way in which I explain it is that Finland has 1,340 kilometers of border with Russia. In Lapland, above the Arctic, we are 100 kilometers away from the biggest nuclear arsenal in the world. And those nuclear weapons, whether they're in submarines or missiles or bombers, they are not directed at Helsinki, Stockholm or Oslo. They are directed at Washington, D.C., New York or Los Angeles. So therefore, it's in the vested interest that countries like Finland, Sweden and Norway can continue to monitor and share intelligence with the United States what is happening with these nuclear weapons. Having said all of that, I think what will happen is a controlled burden sharing, where we will see probably less troops from the United States in Europe, some less conventional material, which will be replaced by Europeans. But I think that the alliance will stay strong because it's in the military and political interest of the United States to do that.
Well, if the United States, decides to withdraw, can we have a European NATO?
Well, I don't deal with hypotheticals because I think you need to deal with the world as it is. I think that's a good starting point. And of course, Finland has been a member of NATO only for 3 years, and we have one of the largest militaries in Europe. I think what we're striving towards is a more European NATO rather than a purely European NATO. So we need American presence, and we will continue to help the United States. The United States will continue to help Europe, but I just don't see the U.S. withdrawing, despite the sometimes rather harsh rhetoric.
Okay, there is an upcoming NATO summit. We're meeting in Ankara in July. Do you think that the NATO, they will rectify the relationship with the United States?
I mean, let's go back just 2 summit meetings of NATO where I have been myself. The first one was with Joe Biden celebrating the 75th anniversary of the alliance in Washington, D.C. It was great. For me, it was the first time. The second one was in The Hague, only last summer. We increased our defense expenditure to 5%. That is historic. That's levels which are kind of higher than they were during the Cold War. And now this NATO summit in Ankara, obviously led by President Erdogan of Turkey, will be focused on burden shifting. In other words, the United States will ask, how much are you willing to take over? Right now it's about 60-40 US-Europe. We're probably moving towards 50-50 or 40-60. And then they will look, well, are you committed to the 5%? And all of us will say, who have been doing it, yes, we are. And then on top of that, there will be probably an embryo of a more European NATO. And finally, I would like there to be something on the Arctic as well, because I think Arctic security is super important.
Yes, of course. Well, there's a discussion about forming a multinational force to help secure navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Will Finland participate in this force? And such a force, will it be able to protect the ships or the navigation from any Iranian attacks?
Well, we have historically participated in different types of peacekeeping missions, including in the Red Sea and with the Atalanta, usually with a few officers, because we are professional in things that have to do with ice, so Arctic. Whereas, Strait of Hormuz and, say, Suez, they're a little bit different. But I'm sure we will participate in one way or another, but as a government in Finland, we haven't taken that decision yet. But of course, in due time, we will do that.
And will that mission be able to protect the navigation from from Iranian attacks in the
That
future?
would be the aim. One of the problems we, of course, have is that the Iranians have discovered that they now have a de facto nuclear weapon by closing the Strait of Hormuz, and they don't need to enrich any uranium for that. And I hope that we can come back to the tenets of international law, freedom of navigation, and keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. I think it benefits everyone.
Okay. There's a European summit in Cyprus next Friday that will be attended by the Egyptian president, also the Jordanians and the GCC Council, the Syrian president. This will address the repercussions of this war on Europe. What do you think can come out of this?
Okay, I think what's happening now is we are seeing a realignment of power in the world. And for me, that means that, the United States has a new type of a foreign policy, and, they can have that. That is their choice. Russia has an old type of foreign policy. And the question is, what should Europe and this region do together? I think it's time for us to deepen our economic cooperation, deepen our security cooperation, even deepen our defense cooperation. And I think Egypt is in a super important role here because, of course, it is sort of in the middle of it all in the Horn of Africa, North Africa, Middle East, and with a link to Europe. So the closer we can bring the Middle East and this region to Europe, the better.
I think we're running out of time, but I still have a few questions. One of them, of course, about Russia. Have the U.S.-led peace talks between Russia and Ukraine reached the dead end?
They are right now in an impasse, probably for two reasons. One is the war in Iran. The Americans are preoccupied on that because the two main negotiators are dealing with that. And the second one is an unwillingness of Russia to forge peace. There is a 20-point plan, but there are still outstanding issues. We work on three case scenarios. One is that the war continues, two is that we get peace, or three is that one or the other party is weakened. We believe that scenario one, the war will continue, and Ukraine is in a much, much stronger position than they were a year ago.
Okay, why has Finland not officially recognized the Palestinian state, despite the fact that you are supporting the two-state solution?
We support the two-state solution. We're looking for decisions that are based on international law, the borders of 1967. We do a lot of humanitarian aid. The Finnish constitution is such that the government proposes a recognition and the president decides. And as president, I have told the government that I would be willing to recognize a Palestinian state. The government, with two parties against, two in favor, haven't come to a conclusion. But this is a question of time. Finland will recognize Palestine when the time is right from a Finnish perspective.
Okay, of course, we've heard about the Gulf diplomacy. There is also the sauna diplomacy, very famous Finnish sauna. Which is more effective from your point of view?
Probably in golf you spend more time with your counterpart, about 4 hours, whereas keeping a foreign dignitary in a sauna for 4 hours at 100 degrees, I think I would call it torture.
Can you try this with President Trump?
I think I'll stick to the golf course. But sauna is wonderful because it's the only international word that comes from Finnish, and everyone knows what it is.
Okay, Finland is one of the happiest countries in the world. So 8 years ago you gave a speech about how to achieve happiness. Given the circumstances now, after 8 years, and you're president and you're touring the world, are you still able to maintain your happiness?
I am personally. I think happiness comes from meaning, and I feel that right now I have a meaningful task as President of the Republic, which has an impact both in Finland and globally. And I'm of course very happy that Finland has been ranked the happiest country in the world for 8 years running. And I think it really comes down to basics. You know, we have an equal society, we have a good education system, and we have a love for nature. So let's keep smiling and keep meaning in life. I'm quite happy.
President Alexander Stubb, thank you very much for giving us this interview, and thank you for watching this interview on Arabiya English.
Has the deal-maker-in-chief met his match? Just hours after President Donald Trump declared he had no desire to continue the Iran ceasefire, he unilaterally announced an extension. Amid threats of a return to bombing, Tehran didn't blink. So, who's to blame for the deadlock and where does the region go from here? That Counterpoints debate with me, Melinda Nucifora, is coming up soon.
Life is meant to be a celebration. Wise is the person who finds a reason to make every day a special one, said the professor and writer Leigh Ann Gerrans.
Why do we love to celebrate? To be perfectly dressed, surrounded by people, confetti, cake and fireworks. Thus sharing a moment of happiness or sadness with others. Meet a human need to celebrate or to heal.
Since the beginning of time, humans have feared everything great around them. The sun, the moon, the water, and the air. Yet as they grew familiar with these wonders, they began to celebrate them in their own ways, seeking joy wherever it could be found. From these, they discovered reasons for happiness and turned each reason into an occasion. So came a day for flowers, a day for the new year, and another for spring, which Egyptians call Shaminissim. And for summer, the French invented a festival devoted to music. The 21st of June. When the day stretches longer than the night, and its warm sun, long awaited by the people of the Mediterranean, shines after months of rain and snow. But in France, the 21st of June is not just the first day of summer. On this French day, the streets become a theater without walls. Ticket windows disappear. The red velvet curtains rise, and music is set free, flowing into every corner, crossing the borders of France to more than 120 countries that now celebrate this day as their own. La fête de la musique.
Donc le 21 juin, so June 21st is the first day of summer, and so people want to go out. The weather is warm, especially in Europe, and they need to celebrate. To party, they need music, because without music you can't party. And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea that was simple but at the same time clever. And so when people go out, they need music, the music that makes you dance. Even if you don't want to dance, you dance anyway and celebrate this festival until the next morning. Time passes very quickly because there are musicians playing for free everywhere. Even the greatest musicians in the world who come out into the streets, sometimes even grand pianos, philharmonic orchestras, and everything. Everyone plays for the population. There is never sad music on June 21st, because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
C'est une journée de joie. Il faut célébrer l'été.
This day was first announced in 1982 at the initiative of the then French Minister of Culture, Jacques Lang. Known for his saying, "Music will be everywhere, and the concert will be anywhere."
We cannot live without music. To celebrate, we need joyful and danceable music. For a romantic situation, we need romantic music. And so music has existed since eternity. Since cavemen, We have been making music. We love to dance and celebrate. If there is no music in our life, we cannot live. Once someone asked me, if you go to a desert island, who or what do you take with you? I take a musical instrument with me.
Toi, oui, je prends un instrument de musique.
So we celebrate for many reasons. We don't only celebrate because we enjoy. Sometimes we think that celebration is only a kind of happiness we're enjoying or traditional or even a ritual, but it's much more than that. We need it as, it's something we need as human beings. So humans are social beings that have gathered around since a very long time. And from early on, we are part of a group. So it starts from the family and then socially, and then it widens to a wider community.
Today it's music. But since the earliest years of known history, humankind has embraced many occasions to celebrate and to give symbolic expressions to the renewal of time and a lot more. In the ancient rich land of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and the Babylonians created the new year with the Aikido festival around 4,000 years ago. Celebrated in April, it symbolized the start of the agricultural season and the renewal of life. And it was Wepedrenpet, the opening of the year in ancient Egypt around 5,000 years ago, marking the annual flooding of the Nile River. Not far away from the Nile Valley, Persians and Kurds were and still are celebrating the Nowruz, one of the oldest festivals that have continued uninterrupted to the present day. It begins with a spring equinox, symbolizing the renewal of nature. It is one of the oldest celebrations still observed today as well, and it follows the lunar calendar and falls between late January and mid-February. The new year did not begin on January 1st until the time of Julius Caesar. In Roman civilization, this represented a historical turning point, as the year had traditionally begun in March. Julius Caesar chose January 1st in honor of Janus, the god of gates and beginnings.
Throughout history, one joy has been shared by all, yet it blooms on different days and dances in so many ways.
In 1162, the Venetian festival was established to commemorate the Republic's victory and soon evolved into an annual tradition. Every year, on the 25th of April, a festival of iconic masks that dissolve social boundaries takes over Venice. It allows people to express themselves freely and transform the streets into a vibrant stage filled with history, culture, and celebration.
We don't only come together around joyful moments, but we mark painful ones. We gather after loss, we create rituals around difficult experiences, not because we enjoy those feelings, but we have a space to feel more accepted. It connects to something deeper, our need to belong. I'm part of this, so I can say that I share this with others. So celebration is not just about tradition or about a ritual. It's also a human way of creating a connection, of reinforcing our sense of belonging, and of turning what we go through into something meaningful together.
One day we celebrate women, teachers, mothers, fathers, labor, Earth Day, while other days we are meant to commemorate, not to celebrate. A day for refugees, for food and for peace? Do we highlight even what hurts? But do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together? It was once said that to be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Is it true that happiness is doubled when shared, and sadness is halved when shared as well?
Has the deal-maker-in-chief met his match just hours after President Donald Trump declared he had no desire to continue the Iran ceasefire? He unilaterally announced an extension. Amid threats of a return to bombing, Tehran didn't blink. Who's to blame for the deadlock, and where does the region go from here? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. The absence of war is a very different thing to peace. Just ask Iran's neighbours, once again keeping their eyes on the skies, or global energy consumers for whom there's no respite in sight. The failure of US and Iranian officials to even reach the negotiating table, let alone a deal, is a global body blow. It prolongs economic pain and political uncertainty well beyond the Middle East.
This is a crisis that is probably as serious as the 1973 and the 2022 crisis combined. And this means that we are looking into some very difficult months or maybe even years, depending, of course, on the development in the Middle East.
And those developments aren't looking to crash hot. Instead of caving under the supposed weight of President Trump's latest threats, Iran paraded its military hardware on the streets of Tehran. The parliamentary speaker even taunted the US, writing on social media, "Trump's ceasefire extension means nothing. The losing side cannot dictate the terms." So we'll ask our expert panel, who's to blame for the diplomatic breakdown? What are the regional implications for both the US and Iran? And has this war inflicted long-term damage on America's global relationships? Well, joining this debate is Alberto Miguel Fernandez, a former American diplomat and journalist who is Vice President of the Middle East Media Research Institute. Major General Jonathan Shaw is back with us, former head of UK Special Forces and an Assistant Chief of Defence Staff for International Security Policy. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Richard Wolff, Emeritus Professor of Economics at the University of Massachusetts Amherst and founder of Democracy at Work. Gentlemen, to all of you, welcome to Counterpoints during this very interesting and tense geopolitical time. Well, it's not unusual for US President Donald Trump to talk up the great deal he's on the verge of securing. Numerous times in the lead-up to the supposed second round of talks in Pakistan, he said Iran had agreed to all his terms and that this deal would be far superior to the previous nuclear agreement. And then, nothing. Not only had Iran not agreed, they didn't even show up in Islamabad. Alberto, why do you think the ceasefire has been extended? And does it show that perhaps President Trump has a slightly weaker hand than he wants the public to believe?
Well, actually, I think both sides have weaker hands than they think they do. So there's quite a bit of gamesmanship going on, both by the Trump administration and by the Iranian regime. So it's actually, they're both playing this game. The end game is very dangerous, is very, very fraught with all kinds of risks. So
President Trump, though, was always talking tough. He's saying, we're the dominant military power. We've got them where we want them. And he's not interested in extending the ceasefire. And then all of a sudden this. So,
well, he has the advantage. He has basically, I mean, from his view is that with the naval blockade, with sanctions, with a regime that suffered supposedly $270 billion worth of damages, if the U.S. just continues to do what it's doing now, it has Iran over a barrel. That's certainly the Americans' perspective. But both sides, as I said, are angling, between who is more patient and who is more desperate. And they're both seeking to communicate that I am the one who's patient and you're the one who's desperate.
Jonathan, does President Trump have Iran over a barrel?
No, I don't think so. I think he, militarily, of course he does. Militarily, he's completely dominant. But what this war is showing, as in Iraq and Afghanistan, it's all very well having military dominance, but if it doesn't translate into political outcomes that you want, then it's all a bit of a waste of time. He can keep flattening Iran all he wants, but actually, politically, he's showing no sign of success at all. In fact, politically, he's shown himself to be rather weaker because the big threat to the world that the Iranians have always held over them, i.e. the closure of the Hormuz Strait, has been shown to be a valid threat. So, politically, it's not clear that he's actually achieved anything. And domestically, this is an appalling outcome for him. The MAGA are so anti-forever wars, and yet this looks like becoming a forever war. You've got the midterm elections coming on. You've got the damage that he's doing to the global economy. You've got the Gulf allies threatened, their salination plants and their energy plants. And you've got the tech bros now coming in with their data centers in the Gulf, which are threatened again by Iran. And the tech bros, crucial to the United States stock market. If Iran damages the data centers there and puts back American advances in artificial intelligence, then so much for the American stock market. So I think he's in a real pickle, Trump. He really is in a pickle. You've got loads of voices saying don't do it. But unfortunately, and the final thing we haven't mentioned is that there are more than two people in this debate. There's a backseat driver in all this. And anything that Trump wants to agree, Netanyahu has a veto on. So you're three people in this debate and they've all got different objectives and it doesn't work.
Richard, I feel like you want to jump in there.
Yeah, let me jump in.
Go.
I'm speaking to you from New York City. So I'm in the United States looking at all of this. And what I will tell you is that for us here, it looks like the Iranians have the cards, they have the dominant position. I won't repeat the arguments that were made already to that effect. I'll just add a couple more. This is a country here which doesn't want an inflation, but sees one coming from his policy. Doesn't want a war. This is the first war that I can remember in my lifetime, and I was born and lived and worked in the United States all my life. This is the first war where the majority public opinion is against the war from day one, not a year or two in when they're exhausted and the horror of it comes home, but right from the beginning. This is a war that the majority of Americans didn't want. And it is important that his own base, which used to include people like Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene and many others, have deserted him, are turning against him, are running against him. The few by-elections we're having are going against him. This is a man who made decisions, above all this one, to attack Iran, that have entrapped him in a way from which he now finds it extremely difficult to escape. Whether you call it a down ramp or anything else really doesn't matter. He is trapped. There's nothing he can do. That's why he keeps extending these deadlines, saying one thing and another. Last point. We are a country that needs desperately to believe that it is not in a process of decline, and it needs a cheerleading president who is going to take over Greenland and reclaim the Panama Canal and punish the Iranians. This is political theater that the situation, he thinks, demands, but he's taken it far beyond what the population is willing to tolerate.
Alberto, you were shaking your head there. I mean, is the public against this war? Is President Trump in a pickle?
Well, somehow only America is in a pickle. What will we do? Oh, no. Come on. I see that this discussion is going to be 2 against 1, but I welcome those odds. Look, I'll keep it balanced for you. The overwhelming majority of the president's base supports the president in the war. 90-something% of Republicans, of MAGA Republicans, support the president. I mean, to talk about Tucker Carlson or these marginal figures who have become even more marginal over the past few months is distracting. Is the war generally unpopular? Yes. Does it put tensions on the MAGA coalition? Absolutely. But to paint this grim picture as if only America is somehow trapped and in a pickle is quite frankly ridiculous. Iran has absorbed tremendous damage, which if it doesn't get sanctions relief and if it doesn't get hundreds of billions of dollars from somebody, it itself is trapped. Not that there's going to be American regime change or Israeli regime change. It's going to be a regime that maybe will survive, but with a very, very grim, bitter internal reality that it's going to face in the years to come. So this is a regime that desperately needs relief. I would say the risk is, and I don't minimize the challenges of Trump. I don't minimize the mistakes of the administration, but the Iranian regime needs a way out. It needs some kind of deal as well. I would say the danger is that it will offer the Trump administration something which will be perhaps good enough to tempt Trump, the deal maker, but that in the long run will not change the reality on the ground. So, yes, the Americans have challenges in front of them. I don't minimize them, but this kind of doomy, gloomy situation as if only the United States is somehow in this terrible situation is ridiculous. People complain about high prices here, sure, but it's nothing like the high prices of Europe or the Third World or the UK. We're the world's largest oil exporter. The United States waged a war thousands of miles away from its shore, battered a country of 90 million people and suffered 14 dead, half of them as a result of accidents. That's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, but the reason we emphasize the United States is that the world is dominated by this country and has been for 75 years. And one of the ways it's been doing that is militarily. And now we see not just what's going on in Iran, but in the context. The United States lost the war in Vietnam. It lost the war in Iraq. It lost the war in Afghanistan. Now it's losing again. This is a pattern that suggests that there's something really wrong here in the United States. It's not solving
really, because where is Vietnam today? Vietnam today has cordial relations with the United States. Afghanistan is ruled by the Taliban.
I did not interrupt you. So you can be so kind. Let me finish. I'm sure our hostess here will tell us when we have to be adjusted to one another. So
indeed,
it's important to focus on the United States because of its dominant position in the world. If you can get the United States to stop behaving in the way that it just did and is now, that is a more important event for the world than anything that happens in Iran. That's because of the difference of these two countries in terms of the world. And now, one last point to your issue of the great damage to Iran. Iran has two very important friends. One of them is called Russia, and the other one is called China. And there's a direct passage from China through Russia to Iran. That is not only available to deliver missiles and drones forever, but it is also available to help that country recover and has already said it will do so. So the cards are not quite the way you laid out. They are not as desperate as we wish they were in this country. Otherwise, they would never have done what they've already done, which is refuse to be overwhelmed by not just the bombing, but the execution of the religious leader of that country. An extraordinary act that the whole world looks at in ways that go to your third person in our conversation, who understands the politics, which includes the religious implications of what you are doing.
We've lost our connection with Jonathan, so we're going to proceed with the both of you, Alberto and Richard, while we get Jonathan back on the line, just for our audience to be aware. Alberto, it is an interesting point. I mean, Iran is suffering. I mean, they're saying staples like bread at least 3 times the price. People are struggling to be able to get the daily necessities. They are in a very difficult situation. And yet, they weren't as eager as perhaps President Trump would have liked to get back to the negotiating table. Is there a concern that while President Trump has been rebuilding his military and redirecting more troops to the region during this ceasefire, that, as Richard has said, Russia and China have been assisting Iran during this downtime as well? And what position does that put the United States in?
Well, I wrote from the beginning of this war that a likely scenario was that the Iranian regime would be weakened internationally and strengthened internally. In other words, that it would be ruthless internally and exert its power on the Iranian people. After all, this is a regime that just killed 10, 20, 30,000 people in January of this year. But I wanted to answer the question on the religious dimension because I thought that was ludicrous. People in Damascus and throughout the Arab world were handing out sweets when Ali Khamenei was killed. You know, the idea that this person represents Islam or even Shia Islam or even Iranian Shia Islam is the fever dreams of the mullahs. That's not the real world. That's not the Middle East that I know and spent most of my career living in. As I said, people are literally celebrating that Khamenei, the butcher of the Syrian people, of Lebanese, of Iraqis, had been killed. So let's put this in context. Iran is already in economic crisis. It was in economic crisis before the war began in 2025, which led to the revolt of January 2026. As I said, you know, there are exaggerations that happen. I think the Americans exaggerate what the damage they did, and I'm sure the Iranians minimize the damage that they minimize publicly the damage that they suffered. There's a lot of gamesmanship going on here. But to portray this solely as kind of, oh my goodness, an American defeat, when you see what Iran has suffered and the ability of the United States to project power, which neither Russia nor China has, remains undiminished.
The power, I guess we live in different planets. If you assassinate the leader of that country, you don't have to be in agreement with the people in that country on every subject to feel as though this is an attack on you. The signs indicate that it unified, as you yourself just said, the people in Iran. Even though they had enormous differences and struggles, they've come together and shown that they are not about to be the partner of the United States in getting
There's no
rid
evidence of that. There's no evidence of what you say.
Okay, we've got Jonathan back, so I want to bring Jonathan up to date with what we've been discussing and get his perspective on this. Internally, Jonathan, we've been discussing Khamenei, whether there is a sense that maybe Iran is internationally not as strong, but or domestically not as strong, internationally stronger. I mean, is what is happening internally within Iran not reflected on the international stage? Is there a disconnect, and is that perhaps why we're seeing the White House struggle with their interpretation of what's going on?
I think the problem is that America is not clear how to get out of this. I'm with Richard. I believe that the America is in a bit of a mess. And I think it's in a particular mess when you look at the topic that I'm sure we're going to come on to, which is to look at the long-term consequence of this. If you look at America's position in the world, its power is based in large part on the petrodollar, which was an agreement struck up between Kissinger and Saudi Arabia in the 1970s, which guaranteed that all oil was traded in dollars. As a quid pro quo, the Americans agreed to protect the Gulf states. And this was reinforced with the Carter Doctrine after the Iranian Revolution. And so both of those security guarantees now look completely flawed and have been exposed as being, as the United States being incapable of delivering on those things because all the Gulf states have now been hit. You know, there's been a hit on the LNG plant in Qatar that they say will take 3 to 5 years to fix. This is the sort of damage that the Carter Doctrine and the Kissinger, the petrodollar deal was meant to guarantee never happened. And it's happened because the United States and Israel launched a completely unnecessary war on Iran. And I say unnecessary, I'm just quoting really what the head of the CIA said, who described the Mossad chief's intelligence as justification for a war as complete bullshit. So,
we're going to come regionally to that issue in a moment. But surely Iran has some responsibility here for the breakdown in these discussions. The White House is saying that their internal differences are fracturing any ability to negotiate. So surely Iran needs to get their act together as well.
Well, I think the Iranians, I'd have a certain sympathy with the Iranians if they had very little belief in the American ability to negotiate, because on 2 occasions now they've been negotiating, and according to the British representative on that team, Jonathan Powell, our national security advisor, they were making good progress on their deal, and then right in the middle of it, the Americans attack Iran. So this is no way to negotiate. You can't be having a negotiation with a country and then the opponents take out your senior leader without any warning. I mean, this is the crazy behavior that destroys trust. All negotiations depend on trust, and America has, to my mind, completely squandered the trust of the Iranians.
Alberto, has it?
Yeah, right. That's why they put up demands for going to Islamabad, and then they dropped those demands. Look, come on. The Iranian regime is a regime which has 47 years of experience in talking diplomacy, and killing people and blowing up embassies and killing hundreds of soldiers, civilians, you name it, they've done it. So the idea that somehow the West has gone beyond the pale because we had some kind of surgical strike against the Iranian leadership, and oh, horrors, the Iranians will not talk to the Americans. Come on, the Iranians are not so naive. In fact, very few countries are that naive.
Well, you know, naivete, I would give you the surprise. Over the last 47 years, we've killed many more people than that in Vietnam and Iraq and in Afghanistan. What is this selective collection of data on people being killed? The American government is in no position whatsoever to lecture anybody on duplicity in their behavior. And let me tell you something. To have as your delegates, your negotiators, Mr. Kushner and Mr. Witkoff, who are both long-term allies of Israel, Netanyahu, and Zionism, is an act of disrespect of the most profound nature.
Okay.
Talk about divisions in Iran.
They're also completely ignorant about Iran.
Okay, let me
They're
get
completely ignorant about foreign affairs.
let me get Alberto's response to that. Do you think that there is a semblance of not proceeding in good faith with these negotiations?
I think the Iranians are completely cynical about this, and actually, I think in the Middle East, everyone is completely cynical about this. Everyone knows that you project power, you attack your enemies, you negotiate, you cede when you have to. You don't when you don't have to. And somehow my colleagues here are somehow pretending that we live in this kind of, I don't know, a fantasy world where the Iranians are going to be upset at us. Come on. That's not the way realpolitik works. That's not the way war and diplomacy work. It's certainly not the way the countries of the Middle East understand the world, including Iran and including Iran's adversaries, whether Arab countries or Turkey or Israel.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And that kind of crude realism is what got us into the mess that we're in. That way of thinking, that's what governs the United States government. And look at that, at the hole it has dug for itself and for the American people who are watching this war and do not want to be in the position that Mr. Trump wants us to go in. And gratefully, we are learning that here in the United States, more and more people are turning away from all of that. That kind of cynical repartee, that is what diplomats often use to cover the most ugly behavior in the world, doesn't fly. You're not being realistic. You're on the losing side of this arrangement, and you don't want to face the possibility that that might be the case and that you might have to adjust your approach, your style, your way of reading the people.
Okay, before I move us on to our regional perspective, I'll get your response on that, Alberto. Is the US in a losing position? Or maybe let's frame it this way. Would it be beneficial for the United States and the negotiating team to approach the prospect of further negotiations in a different manner? Are we looking at needing to change the Trumpian diplomatic style?
I mean, there's Trumpian diplomatic style, that's rhetoric, whatever. Look, the war is going to be decided based on a realization from both sides that they're getting something that is valuable to them. What that is, what that scenario is, we don't know. We don't know that in terms of the Iranian regime, and we actually don't know that in terms of the Trump administration. What is the Trump administration willing to say, this is enough, this is what we want, we'll take it. The Iranian regime in the same way. So I think all the rest and the insults and the kind of that's irrelevant. This will be decided on the realpolitik positions, the hardcore decisions of both the Iranian regime, a terrible, terrible regime, we hope falls soon, and the American administration. That's just the way it's going to be.
Well, let's move this on to a bit of a strategic and regional perspective now. Military theorist Karl von Clausewitz defined war as the continuation of politics by other means. Well, in this instance, it's clear the US and Israel have attempted to use hard power to achieve their political objectives in Iran, but have they been successful? Iran remains defiant and still bold enough to issue demands of their own. So, Jonathan, let's bring you back in here. Do you think the overall US strategy has been successful? Or do you think that they have gained some regional advantage by proving just how important their security guarantees are to Gulf neighbours?
I am still puzzling as to work out what the US strategy actually is, because all I see is a lot of military tactics. And, you know, the destruction of Iran is easy to do. I mean, that's what militaries do. They kill people and break things. And the United States is extremely good at killing people and breaking things. The tricky bit is to link that to some political outcome and to make sure that the military are an enabling force. Otherwise, as in Afghanistan and Iraq and in Vietnam, we show yet again that the American military kills a lot of people, breaks a lot of things, and ends up with no political outcome that it wants. So are we going to face exactly the same thing here in Iran? And I rather think we are. And this just shows this isn't because America is stupid. There are a lot of very clever people in the American military and in the American establishment. But it just shows that to me, that the American war, this war in Iran, is not being run by the Americans. It's being run by the Israelis. And the Israelis are very keen on forever wars. I spent 3 years being the main liaison from our Ministry of Defense with Israel. And I was told firsthand by people in charge of Israeli forces dealing with Gaza that they didn't worry about the political consequences when they hit Gaza, because every time the Gazans rose up in revolt at Hamas, they would just go in and mow the grass. So they were quite happy with that idea. This culture of forever wars, of using the military just to wipe out assassins. You can see it. I mean, it's a minor form of what we saw with President Assad in 1982, when he faced a political revolt in a place called Hama, and he just sent the troops in and literally annihilated the village and killed everyone. That is one way of achieving a political end with your military. It's just to destroy literally everything. And then, you know, there were newspaper headlines the other day, certainly in Britain, about how Donald Trump had got so desperate in his frustration as to what to do that he reached for the nuclear codes, and that this was stopped by the chief of defense. So, you know, we're in tricky times here when it is not clear to me what the consistent strategy is or strategic goals are of the United States.
Alberto, are the strategic goals being run by Israel here, as Jonathan has intimated? Is this Israel's regional objectives rather than the United States' objectives?
It has been the policy of the United States for decades. It was true under Obama, it was true under Bush, it was true under Biden, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Cannot. And that all things, you know, any option was on the table. That is the policy of the administration going back to when I was a young diplomat in the Gulf, 40 years ago. And it still is the policy of the United States. So this harping on Israel it's a little shallow, a little tiresome, you know. Israel, of course, is involved in forever wars against people who want to wage war against it forever. For example, Israel is not at war with two of its neighbors.
Oh, Alberto, I've lost your audio. I don't know if we've lost your audio there, Alberto? Yes. No, we can't hear you. Oh dear. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, now I can hear you again. Okay, great. Apologies, I don't know. We all lost your audio there. I'll allow you to finish your point. You were saying that Israel is interested in... has neighbours that it's not interested in having a forever war with. That's where we lost your audio, if you'd like to continue on your answer from there.
Of course, Israel has, and far be it for me to have to defend them. They can defend themselves, but has peace treaty with, with its Arab neighbors in Egypt and in Jordan, and they're long lasting. In fact, Israel even sells natural gas to Egypt. So kind of portraying things in this kind of dire, exaggerated way is unbecoming. The world is different, I think, than my colleagues are portraying it to be.
What do you think, though, regionally, in a regional strategic sense? Do you think the US is in a stronger or a weaker position regionally as a result of this conflict?
I don't think we know, because the war is not over yet, and there's not an end game. And that, I agree with everything everyone else has been saying in terms of the end game. We don't know how it ends. And that's always been a challenge. That's always been a question mark for the Americans. For example, Iran has lost a lot of stuff destroyed. It's lost a lot of leaders. Both of those things regenerate. It has not yet lost something which it won't get again. For example, it's Hezbollah card or something relating to the Strait of Hormuz. So things like that will determine strategically whether or not the United States has achieved some of its goals or not. Things like that, or the nuclear issue and like that. So we actually don't know how this ends yet.
Okay. Richard, give us your regional strategic sense. Is Israel the front seat driver here and the US is taking a back seat? Or are we seeing the US trying to push forward its regional strategic goals, and have they been successful?
Well, quite correct. The United States has had this alliance with Israel for many years. That's pretty well known. And they went into this war together, just like they went into the 12-day war roughly a year ago, also together. They've been doing this kind of work together. They help each other with their assassination of leaders around the world, as best we can tell. Certainly the United States does nothing to dissociate itself with that. If anything, copies it with Maduro in Venezuela, trying to do that kind of thing. So, that's the United States wielding its global power. In my own opinion, as an American, the problem and the cause of that war isn't the things we've been talking about. It's the fact that the American empire, inherited from the British, is now declining. And that can't be admitted. That can't be faced. The British should be advising us on how to manage it, because they've had to do it for a much longer time, and they've gotten used to it. We haven't yet. We still pretend it isn't the case, and we make wars along the way. If I were to tell you what, in my judgment, led Mr. Trump to do this, it had nothing to do with Iran. It has to do with Mr. Trump's domestic difficulties. Two issues that are undoing his presidency. One is the sex scandal around Epstein, very serious, even in England with Prince Andrew. And the other one is an economic situation that is spinning out of control. I'm an economics professor. I spend my life studying this. I've never seen the American economy in my lifetime in as bad a condition of dead ends that it's in now, with a competitor for the first time in the People's Republic of China, which it does not know how to cope with. Those are the issues that produce this extravagant demonstration, that is mostly theater, of destroying Iran, true enough, but without a political clarity, because you can't say what the real reasons are, so you have to say all this blah, 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 that nobody can figure out.
Okay, you raised China, so then let's move to a global perspective there. Alberto, I'll get you to respond to that. Are we looking at a situation here where Russia and China are reveling in the uncertainty that this conflict has created, because it's opening doors for them to counter some of the US influence in the Middle East? Do you think that that's an issue?
You mean Russia, which is in its fourth or fifth year of an incredibly bloody war?
It is looking like getting some sanction relief, though. It's had sanction relief because the U.S. is so desperate for some oil.
I don't see Russia as this colossus, and China is certainly an economic challenge to the United States. I don't see the Chinese Navy coming into the Gulf and trying to open it or trying to stop the Americans. And
soft
look,
power, though. What do you think about
Of course, they are
influence?
allies of Iran, and they're going to be happy that Iran is standing up to the Americans and do your best and stuff like that. Of course, that's always true. But I think that we kind of exaggerate again, kind of how much Russia can do and how much China can do. Certainly in the region, I don't see them projecting power. I know the Gulf states are furious at what they see as Chinese passivity in the face of Iran attacking the Gulf states. Remember, the Gulf states are also major exporters of oil to China. And so I think that after the war, there's going to be a settling of accounts. Yes, there are going to be questions asked about the American relationship, but there are also going to be questions asked about the Chinese relationship. There are going to be all kinds of questions asked by the Gulf states and others on how best to defend themselves, and most importantly, how to make sure that what Iran is doing, closing the Strait of Hormuz, never happens again, affecting the oil economy of the Arab states. They're going to be building pipelines, land routes to the Levant, to the Red Sea, all over the place.
It's wonderful. You admit in this way the enormous impact that this decision to go to war has. Everybody's reconsidering their alliances. Everybody is reconsidering their investment plans. You have transformed the world, and what you've shown is that an American president who, by our own citizens' understanding, is on the edge, literally, of insanity. Many have now begun to move against him. We have a clause in our Constitution.
Come on, you brought up Epstein. If you want to talk about insanity, we can talk about your insanity.
I understand your position is weak, so you have to interrupt. But it would be nicer if you just let me finish.
Okay, all right. We'll keep it polite, so we won't do personal attacks. But I'll let you finish your comment there, and then we'll get Alberto's response.
The problem here is that the United States was the empire, and it's forcing everyone to recognize, for example, in the Gulf, that when you have an American base there, it's not that you're more secure, you're less secure. You've become a target, and a target that's reachable by an enemy. And the grandiosity, the Iranians will never be able to close the strait. Well, yes, they will. Everything now points to the fact that they can, and they do, and they will, and that's a tool that they will use. And the Houthis may do that in the Red Sea, and on and on. Those things have to be dealt with, and the problem is the American empire, in part because of the Chinese alternative and the Russian alliance with them, is making that harder and harder to do, leading to both desperate acts like the war in Iran and all kinds of internal troubles at the same time. And those are going to shape what we are all talking about.
Okay, Jonathan, I'm going to ask for your input in just a moment, but I just want your direct and brief reaction to that, Alberto. You know, has this one action from the United States completely changed global alliances forever?
Oh, no, not at all. I think what you're going to see is something which was, speaking of the Gulf, for example, and of the Arab world, you're going to see a doubling down of what's already been going on for a very long time in the Arab world, which is countries are going to hedge their bets. They're going to buy American, and they're going to buy South Korean. They're going to buy French. They're going to buy Israeli, whatever they need to beef up their air defense, whatever they need to protect themselves. This is, as I said, this has been going on 20 years ago in the Arab world. We were talking about this. So this is kind of basically going to happen. The world is changing, and wars sometimes do change the world. There's no doubt about that.
Okay, Jonathan, was the world already changing? Has this conflict moved all the chess pieces around in an unexpected or unprecedented way? Or is what Alberto is saying correct, that these are shifting times anyway?
I do think we're at a moment of change. I think the three key relationships are all going to change, and I define those three key relationships as the Arab relationship with Israel. I think that's going to change. We've discussed that in a bit already. I mean, it's remarkable how 1967, 1973, the threats to Israel, the existential threat, came from the near abroad. What's happened since the Iranian Revolution is that, and Netanyahu deserves a lot of credit for this, he's actually pushed the threat to Israel from being the near abroad to Iran. And suddenly all those countries that were very against Israel, they were coming up with the Abraham Accord. I would say the Abraham Accord is probably at its high watermark now, because I think what this war has shown is that Israel is careless of Arab interests. It didn't tell them it was going into war. It didn't prepare them for it. And it was very much a singular act by Israel and the United States. And I think that really pissed off the Gulf states. So I think that relationship's going to change. The American relationship with the Arabs, I've already said, I think, in my view, this damages the whole credibility of the petrodollar deal. You're seeing already oil being sold in currencies other than the dollar, and in the effect on the I mean, I looked to Richard to see what the economic consequences for the United States are if it loses its petrodollar dominance, and if suddenly the whole American debt becomes unaffordable. And then the third relationship, which I think is intriguing and is being redrawn, will be redrawn, is the Israeli-American relationship. Israel is often, always remember Bill Clinton saying, "Who the hell's the superpower here?" Such is the power of Israel, and you've got to say that relationship, I think, now is severely under question. You're looking today in the Financial Times, a great article by Ed Luce, talking about, I was looking around, I just had it with me earlier, in which he talks about the consequences of 60% of Americans now have an unfavorable view of Israel. 3/4 of 18 to 29-year-olds prefer Palestinians to Israel. No longer is Israel seen as the David fighting the Goliath of the Arab states. It's more seen as a heavy-handed militarism. Mm-hmm. And I think we're going to see a lot of people questioning why America is pumping so much money and getting dragged into these wars. Because my view of what's going to happen in the United States is the United States is going to double down on its national security strategy, which very much saw the United States returning to the Monroe Doctrine and looking after the Western Hemisphere and really not giving a damn what happens in the Middle East and just letting those pesky foreigners have their own squabbles but not involve the United States. That's what I think is going to happen.
Mm.
Let me, if I briefly speak to the points he raised.
Very briefly, if you can, Richard, because then I'll bring Alberto in for a response.
Fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Number one, when to look at the Israel-American relationship, you have to look at the single most important determinant of it, which is a lobbying group here in the United States called AIPAC. And to understand why congressional votes go the way they do and the alliances are made, there's an effort, incredibly well funded, that has been dominant in this country for a long time. That also is now losing. And I can give you the best example. I'm talking to you from New York City. We just had an election. We elected as our mayor a Muslim socialist who ran on the campaign that if Benjamin Netanyahu visits New York, I will have him arrested. And not only did he win the vote, he won the vote by a lot, and he won an overwhelming majority of Jewish voters.
It's one city, though, Richard. Is that really reflective of the way all of America thinks?
Yes, it's the number one city in the country. It's not just a city. It's the city that provides guidance. It's a little bit like California. It's where the rest of the country goes 12 months later. It is crucial that could happen in this country. That's the first thing. The second thing, let me add, there's another relationship that's changing. And that's the relationship between the United States and what used to be its allies, Mexico, Canada, and Western Europe. That relationship is very badly damaged.
Okay.
Mr. Carney in Canada is making a career out of that damage. And he's not going to go. I think it's crucial to understand how much damage is being done by this war in Iran that they think is a matter of military games.
Okay, all right. Alberto, on a global scale, has this war done long-term damage to US's relationship with its allies?
No. There are trends already that existed that may have damaged relations. In other words, the tension over NATO being a deadbeat, this goes back even before Trump was in office. So that tension was already there. I mean, the war may have made it worse and may not have affected it, but it's nothing new. The Arab ambivalence has always been there. I do agree with Jonathan, though. How about that? I do agree with Jonathan in that there's no doubt that the United States wants to and intends to segue away from the Eurasian landmass, from the Middle East, and focus on the Americas. And that's obviously part of President Trump's national security strategy. And it's clearly something that the administration sees, and people outside the administration see as really important, that Latin America has been ignored, and we've spent too much time and effort, but not just on the Middle East, too much time and effort on Ukraine and on lots of other things which are not core American interests.
So if that is the core American interest, why has the president pivoted so strongly and has dedicated so much time and resources to the Middle East?
Well, I mean, this is an old story. Obama said how he wanted to pivot to Asia, and he kept getting dragged into the Middle East. So presidents, in fact, you can even go back even before Obama, have complained about being dragged back into the Middle East because the issues were seen as so important and so significant. War and peace, Arab-Israeli, terrorism, global extremism, jihadism, had a way of kind of seeing to spill over and involve American interests. So the United States always felt that it had to do something. As I said on Iran, it's been U.S. policy that Iran is an adversary that needs to be stopped for 47 years. You can debate about how or when or what, but it's a consistent policy for half a century.
A very quick fire question to each of you, because we are very close to being out of time. Jonathan, let me start with you first. I'm going to ask you to look into your crystal ball here. Will fighting resume, or will we see a long-term extension of this ceasefire?
I think Trump will continue to ramp up his forces. I think he'll continue to posture, but I don't think he'll actually resume the violence, because I think the opponents to it, the damage that would be caused to his base would be too great. And
do you think Iran will go back to striking its even if the US doesn't strike? Do you think Iran is going to?
No, they've no incentive to. They've got the Straits of Hormuz where they want it.
What about if the US continues to blockade Iranian ports?
Well, I read today in the newspapers that 34 ships have gone through the blockade, that it's not effective.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Okay, Alberto, look into your crystal ball. Will fighting resume, or will we see a long-term ceasefire, potentially a deal?
A deal is too strong of a word, but I could see some kind of interim, some kind of arrangement where the U.S. declares victory and goes home, gets something,
Is it going to be superior to the previous nuclear agreement, as President Trump has been promising?
I think it's likely, at least on the surface, both agreements, it's go looking at the future, but it will have elements that were not in the original agreement, which was a very narrow agreement, of course.
Mm-hmm. All right. Richard, round us out. More fighting, long-term ceasefire.
A long-term ceasefire, frozen conflict, all kinds of words. But, it's very difficult. Our president is famous for saying one thing one day and the opposite the next day. The man is out of control. The government he runs is out of control. We all know it, even if folks in the rest of the world can't quite get themselves to understand it. And that's not Mr. Trump's fault. He's got a problem. and a problem he cannot admit, so he's constantly drawn. If you ask yourself the question, why all of these things have happened that haven't worked out real well, it's because we have a big problem. Our empire is in decline, and we can't admit it. We can't have a conversation. We can't talk about what that means. We can't sit with our adversaries and talk about how to live on a planet where the old empire is dying. And so we continue to have substitutions, but this one got him into a terrible mess. He's losing as a result. He knows it. That stupid he isn't. And he has to get out. And so he's now figuring out how to get out. And he will, as the other gentleman said, he will declare victory no matter what the reality is, because he has to. That's part of the denial that a dying empire suffers defeats. When I speak around the United States and I explain the defeat in Vietnam and Afghanistan, the young people particularly look at me, they never heard it before. In their minds, we won those wars also.
Well, regardless of why you all think we could get there, you've all come to the same forecast, and that is that we could be in this long-term sort of frozen conflict, a long-term ceasefire. Let's see where that uncertainty leads us. It's a complex issue. It's a difficult one to be debating. So I really do appreciate the expertise across everyone on our panel. And thank you for persevering with some of our technical issues as well. Alberto Fernandez, former American diplomat and journalist. Major General Jonathan Shaw, former head of the UK Special Forces and Assistant Chief of Defence Staff of International Security Policy, and Richard Wolff, Distinguished Economics Professor and author and founder of Democracy at Work. To all of you, thank you for your expertise and your opinions on Counterpoints. And to you at home, thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, don't forget, follow us across X and TikTok. We'll see you for the next debate.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
What if a drone that costs around $30,000 could force a country to spend millions just to shoot one down? That's Iran's battlefield advantage. It's called the Shahed 136, a one-way attack drone, sometimes called a kamikaze drone, designed to fly into its target and explode on impact. Each drone costs around $30,000 to $50,000 to make. It carries roughly 50 kilograms of explosives and can travel up to 2,000 kilometers. It's not especially fast, it's not especially sophisticated, but it's cheap. And that's the point. Iran's strategy isn't perfect precision, it's saturation, launching dozens, sometimes hundreds at once, to overwhelm air defenses. Even if most are intercepted, each one forces defenders to use missiles that can cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars per shot. Over time, that cost imbalance becomes a weapon in itself. During recent escalations, UAE authorities to this day say they have detected 941 Iranian drones, intercepting 876 of them, while 65 fell within the UAE. Israel has also faced waves of these drones as part of broader attacks. Even when interception rates are high, it only takes a handful to cause serious damage. But this isn't new. Russia has launched more than 60,000 of these Iranian drones against Ukrainian territory, targeting cities and energy infrastructure. So the question is the Middle East ready to intercept a similar wave? The UAE Defense Ministry recently stated that the region has strategic reserves of air defense systems capable of countering aerial threats for a prolonged period. The spokesperson also added that the UAE will not accept any infringement on its sovereignty or the safety of its territory.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Delhi. India's capital, Delhi is known for its captivating sights and rich history. The city is beautified with mosques, forts, and monuments, and the popular landscaped gardens. There is a bustling Old Delhi and the well-planned New Delhi, each with their own attractions and both worth the exploration. One of the most popular in Delhi is the Jama Masjid Mosque. You must catch the breathtaking view of Old Delhi that you'll see from the top of the minaret in the mosque. The long and winding, strenuous climb to the stairs will all be worth it. The Jama Masjid is indeed a treasure of the old city and is the largest mosque in India. It was built in 1650 and in fact took 13 years to build. The Red Fort, Delhi's most famous monument, is one of the most popular remnants of the Mughal emperor's rule. It stands for a stretch of up to over 2 kilometers or 1.2 miles. It was built in 1638 to keep out invaders from entering the city. The Red Fort is a great way to see the very ancient historic side of the city. Another historical site worth a visit is Gandhi Smriti. It is where Mahatma Gandhi, the father of the nation, was assassinated on January 30, 1948. The legendary man lived in the house for 144 days up until the time of his death. You can visit these places as they are open to the public. Historical feats aside, there are also many places in Delhi for sports, recreation, food, and shopping. There is also the Chandni Chowk, the main street of Old Delhi. It's a shocking contrast to the wide, orderly streets of New Delhi. Vehicles of all sorts crowd the space. With the pedestrians and animals, there are cars, cycle-rickshaws, and hand-pulled carts everywhere you look. But the trip is worth the narrow, winding lines full of things to buy: affordable jewelry, fabrics, and electronics. Plus, you can also sample the local street food here. Last but not least are of course the famous Lodi Gardens. It's a fitting balance to the bustling city life in Old and New Delhi. It's a serene retreat from city life, a place to rest, reflect, and relieve yourself from a tiring trip. Tourists also visit to see the birds, eat along the restaurants, or simply enjoy the nature escape. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
In many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. And this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Iran's supreme leader warns of long and painful strikes if the US resumes military action. Meanwhile, oil prices soared to their highest level since 2022, surpassing $126 a barrel. And the British Prime Minister is heckled whilst visiting Golders Green in London, where two Jewish men were attacked. In a rare public statement, Iran's supreme leader Mujtaba Khamenei has vowed that the country won't give up its nuclear and missile capabilities. He also declared the US's defeat and stated that if Washington renews attacks, it would respond with long and painful strikes. It comes as Trump is set to be briefed on new plans for potential military action against Iran, according to a report by Axios. It says that the US Central Command has prepared a plan for short and powerful wave of attacks. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley. Shane and Gemma, as always, great to have you on the show with me. Gemma, let's start with you because we got this statement from Iran's supreme leader, and what did he have to say?
He had a lot to say, and he said it quite powerfully. So he was speaking to mark Persian Gulf Day, and he did not hold back in a speech which was delivered on Iranian state television. Now, as expected, the Strait of Hormuz and the country's nuclear and missile programs were front and center in what was a defiant and openly hostile speech, which rejected US legitimacy in the region, offered zero hint of compromise, and left no one under any illusion that Iran is seeking a quick de-escalation on US terms. So, as we know, Khamenei has not been seen or heard in public, so his statement was read out by a news anchor. And part of it, he called the US the world's bullies in the region, said that their disgraceful defeat in its plans would lead to a, quote, new chapter, which was unfolding for the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. Now, in the speech, he also said that Tehran would secure the Gulf region and eliminate what he described as the enemy's abuses of the waterway. Now, this new chapter, I'm sure, is going to, sort of open up a lot of conversations, because obviously no one quite knows what that means. But I think we must assume that it does refer to the Strait of Hormuz and what Iran's plans, because he also said in the speech that new management of the strait will bring comfort and progress for the benefit of all nations, and economic blessings will bring joy to the hearts of the people. So we can assume there's perhaps some toll or taxation in the offing.
And
now, he also,
No, sorry, Gemma, carry on.
He also warned that foreigners who maliciously covet the strait from thousands of kilometres away have no place there except at the bottom of its waters. So very strong and defiant terms. Now, obviously, he also touched on Iran's nuclear program, and he said that Iran would be guarding its technological capabilities to nuclear to missile, and will guard it like their maritime, land and air borders. So very strong wording, zero, there's zero chance here of de-escalation or compromise, just very strong speech.
And as you said, very strong speech, Gemma, and many analysts are reading between the lines thinking, is this Iran now saying that we're going from a blockade in the Strait of Hormuz to signalling that we are now going to govern it for months to come and in the future, and claim sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz? So lots to be dissected when it comes to the Supreme Leader's latest statement. But Shane, we are also hearing rhetoric coming out of the US. What are we expected to hear regarding fresh military action by America?
So there's a lot going on in America today. So the main one is that the main US military leaders, which include Admiral Brad Cooper, and remember that name because I'll come back to it in a little bit, because he's the head of the Central Command. So he's due to brief Donald Trump later today on Thursday. But at the same time, the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who's known for being sort of pro-military action, obviously. And then we've also got General Dan Kane, who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So these are all going to be giving briefings first to the Senate, and then they will brief the White House afterwards. But a lot of the what we're discussing is coming from reports from Axios, which has come out, and they were talking to various different sources. And as you said earlier, the plan that they're allegedly going to be giving to Trump is of a short and powerful wave of strikes, which sounds sort of fairly vague, to be honest. And it sort of contradicts some of what Trump has already said, which I'll come to later. And what they were saying in the reports is that it will include infrastructure targets, but also ways to remove the bottleneck that is on the Strait of Hormuz for commercial shipping. And they had a source saying that it could include sort of ground forces, so that's escalating it further. But I think there's two things to watch in this. We mentioned Brad Cooper before, and he's quite famous because he was the one that briefed Donald Trump on February 26th, 2 days before the US and Israel launched their attack on Iran. So he obviously has history in terms of what his sort of policy is going to be like. But then at the same time, Donald Trump told the same media outlet on Wednesday that he thought that the blockade that the US has put in place was a lot more an effective negotiating tool than the actual bombing campaign was at the start of the campaign. So I think a lot of this is sort of rhetoric building up to the next sort of round of negotiations, because Pakistan, which is the moderator, has said that the second round towards the end of last week didn't really get anywhere. But the latest sort of revised Iranian plan that they're going to present to the US is going to happen tomorrow. So I kind of think a lot of this is the theater of war, and I don't think it's as ramped up to the level of when Trump before said that he was going to wipe this as a civilization out tonight, and then we had a sort of a ceasefire and some semi-resolution soon afterwards. So I think, yes, there's going to be the presentation, but I think Trump is on the record of saying that this blockade and the sort of stranglehold over the Straits will go on for a couple of months. And I think that is generally what a lot of the analysts seem to be anticipating is what is going to happen.
And right now it's quite difficult to anticipate what is going to happen. And Gemma, just a final thought for you, because the IRGC did hit back today and said if there were these strikes on Iran, they would indeed retaliate. And many people are asking the same question, who's going to blink first? Because right now, even though there's a ceasefire in place, there's the stalemate. As Shane said, these diplomatic talks in Pakistan haven't actually come to light.
Yeah, I actually think both nations are looking for that off-ramp. But I think at the moment it's such a huge situation that it needs to be broken down into smaller parts. You know, let's focus first on reopening Hormuz. You know, let's offer sanctions relief in exchange for, you know, something like shipping security. And I think the US needs to start working towards a compromise on the nuclear issue. But I do think both nations are looking for a way out of this. And I wonder if the US could perhaps be the bigger man and, be the ones who offer the olive branch, and they could come out of it looking a lot better.
It will be interesting to see. Obviously, as we said, Donald Trump has that briefing today on options militarily in Iran. And as we always say, time will tell. Stay right there as we move on to another story. And oil prices have soared to their highest level since 2022, surpassing $126 a barrel. It comes as the US military is set to brief President Donald Trump on potential new military action in the Iran war. The Speaker of Iran's parliament has also mocked the US over these surging oil prices. Shane, oil hitting $126 briefly, back down again, whipsawing today on a lot of headlines. But this is a 13% surge in 24 hours. What has really spooked the oil markets?
Well, I think there's two things, and it's obviously linked to what I was talking about just before, in that Donald Trump talking about how the blockade is proving more effective a negotiating tactic than the actual bombing was at the early stages of it. So that, and he's been said that this is likely to drag on for a couple of months. And I think, so there's that needs to be factored into the price. And he said that, on Wednesday, and that was when the sort of oil spike began to happen. But the other thing is, and we were talking about this yesterday in the AGBI office, that the oil price didn't seem to sort of surge to huge levels that we're expecting, like you mentioned before, 2022, and that was when Russia invaded Ukraine, and that eventually went up to 139. And we were discussing about how traders just seemed very optimistic, but I think that optimism faded in the last 24 hours, which is why we saw the spike. And I think traders just realized that, okay, if Donald Trump is saying this blockade of the important straits, which is, where previously 20% of all of the oil for the world went through, if that's going to continue, they've just realized that this is just what they've described as the new reality. So the world is just going to have to get used to sort of these prices of definitely over 100. And at the moment, it's 114, I just looked at. So it has come down a bit, but without getting into sort of the technicalities of like how these sort of Brent crude futures work, is that sort of what you're sort of talking about now is what price you're going to pay in roughly 2 months' time. And, so we were previously talking about like June prices. So it's very traditional. If you look back, I looked back at previous trends towards the end of every month, because that's when monthly contracts are starting to expire, and you either have to settle on the price or sell. And if you want to sell, then you have to find a buyer. So towards the end of every month, you generally see this sort of spike and then the drop off again, as we saw from 126 down to 114. If you look at the end of March, we saw something very similar, but it was at about $10 less. So I think if you take that sort of trajectory of where we're going, and then you take into account Donald Trump saying this is going to go on for a couple more months, I would predict that at the end of May, you will see another spike and a sort of slight drop off, but it'll be another $10. So the sort of pessimistic view of it is that we should just settle in, and 150 is not going to be that sort of an abnormal or a way off prediction, unfortunately.
And it's really interesting. You say 150, and we also saw central banks today look at their interest rates. ECB, the Fed, the BOE all held interest rates because of concerns over inflation and stagflation due to these rising energy costs across the globe. So we might not be seeing it right now, but it's definitely going to have an impact as the quarters roll on when we have a look at the different economies. But Gemma, Iran has mocked the US and President Trump's so-called junk advice, saying the next stop, $140 a barrel. Shane said 150 could be the new reality. So is 140 a possibility?
Yes, absolutely. 140 is a possibility. 150 is a possibility. And I've even seen the figure of $200 being bandied about, obviously worst case scenario. So we've already seen, prices reaching this 4-year high of 126. Now, for prices to hit 140, like a few things need to happen. And unfortunately, we are sort of seeing those happen. We're seeing them coming up. So it would necessitate prolonged disruption in Hormuz through, obviously, which we know 20% of global oil flows, which we are seeing. Now, we would also be seeing continuing restrictions by Iran to ensure that the supply shock continues around the globe. Again, we are seeing this. Mm-hmm. Now, for the prices to hit, these new highs, it would also perhaps see further escalation in the shape of further US strikes or Iranian retaliation, or even maybe attacks on tankers or further attacks on infrastructure. Now, also, if we look at it from the other side, for the price of a barrel to go north of 140, we're looking at no sign of a political deal. So, there will be nothing on the table for the countries to come and discuss, because that's what the markets are looking for. They are looking not just for a resolution, that's quite a big concept at the moment. They're even looking for, glimpses of hope or glimmers or inklings of a resolution, because when there is none, and we don't have any at the moment, that's when we're seeing these price spikes.
And it's really fascinating because it's all about how long this could be sustained for. So everyone's looking at it and everyone doesn't know at the moment. That's the problem. We don't know how long this is going to carry on for. Shane, there's another school of thought right now about storage. So a lot of countries are able to pump oil. We know that. But because they're not able to distribute it and get it through the Strait of Hormuz, they're storing the oil, and storage is now becoming a problem because they could run out of space. Where does this leave things for many oil-producing countries?
Well, yeah, it is the dilemma, because it doesn't really matter if the price goes up if you can't factor that into your budget, because there's no point having something if you can't actually get a buyer to give you the money for, and you can get it to your customers. Then it doesn't really matter how high the price goes. And like you said, your production is still ongoing. But if you can't get the barrels and the tankers out, and even the pipelines that are going towards the Red Sea can only bring as much of it. And as far as we can see, production is still running probably at a lower capacity. And we did write a story on AGBI today about how Turkey and even Iraq are looking at sort of ramping up their storage capacity, because if this happens again in the future, you want to be able to at least be able to store it. And I saw an interesting report as well that Iran is in the same sort of literal boat, in that they can't get their oil out. And I think even Reuters was saying earlier that it was their trackable sort of tankers and barrels was down by about 80% in March. So that's going to affect their economy. So again, but the interesting thing was that they were using really, really, really old sort of battered tankers just to put the oil into, because again, like you said, storage is becoming an issue. So it's sort of like a perfect storm is in that, you know, the production facilities have been hit by sort of missiles and drones. You can't get distribution out. So it's like every level is sort of being constrained and squeezed, which only makes the price go up higher, but which, you know, comes back to what Gemma was saying, that, you know, even 200 is it doesn't seem too scary a level anymore.
And I just want to bring you some news. President Donald Trump is talking right now, Gemma and Shane, and he said gas prices will go down as soon as the Iran war is over. That's literally what we've just been speaking about, and saying the big problem is no one actually knows when it's over. But Donald Trump, once again, reiterating gas prices.
There is some possibility that, because I did see as well that he was meeting with a lot of the American sort of energy and hydrocarbons and oil and gas producers. So and they were talking about his energy advisors said that they would increase U.S. production very, very soon. So you know that the U.S. is the biggest producer in the world when it comes to oil. So again, it's kind of America and oil producers could come out as a beneficiaries of the war that, you know, Donald Trump entered, in that the price is high, they produce more, they make more money, and pay more tax, I suppose. So in some ways, I would say Donald Trump should put a windfall tax or tariff, as he would probably call it, on US producers, because then he can make money out of his own war.
And while you're just talking there about Donald Trump and making money off the war, Trump to sign a permit authorizing cross-border pipelines. So more and more coming out of that possible meeting he's been having with executives. President Donald Trump also saying he's okay with Iran playing in the US at the World Cup. So a few lines coming out of the president there. Thanks for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And counter-terrorism police in the UK are continuing to investigate a stabbing in North London, which they are treating as a terrorist incident. 2 Jewish men were stabbed and a 45-year-old man was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. The government's advisor on terrorism, Jonathan Hall, has said attacks on Jews were the biggest national security emergency in almost a decade. Gemma, let's reflect on this. Obviously, it was an absolutely horrific attack. What is the British government actually doing to stop these kind of attacks? Because it's not the first time.
No, it's. I think your stance on the British government's levels of action would vary from person to person as to whether you think it's enough. Now, interestingly, in the wake of these attacks, as of today, the UK terrorism threat level has been raised from substantial to severe, and that was announced by the Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre. Now, this indicates that an attack is highly likely, and officials are saying it's more of a broader rising threat rather than, you know, the potential for more single incidents. Now, as far as what the UK government are doing, they are treating the attack as an act of terrorism, and by labelling it such, in the UK, this automatically triggers a counter-terror police investigation. Now, in the wake of the attack, the government convened an emergency COBRA session, and police patrols have been increased, extra patrols and higher visibility in predominantly Jewish areas. Now, today as well, the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, she announced an additional £25 million funding for security around Jewish areas. That brings the total to around 52 million were the figures I was seeing. Now, this money typically goes towards things like synagogue protection, schools and community centres, and also funding private community security groups. Now, the UK already runs a counter-extremism programme. It's called Prevent. and that's designed to identify and stop radicalisation, which I think Shane will go into next. But there's been talk as well of bringing in additional legal and policy measures, including stronger criminal justice responses. You know, for example, you'll be looking at faster prosecution and more visible policing, and also the labelling of rising anti-Semitism as an emergency issue. Obviously, the biggest backlash here has come from the Jewish community, who say they feel unsafe and unheard, and critics arguing that action is often reactive rather than preventative. I would also say that there's probably not many governments around the world who are able to anticipate these kind of lone wolf actions, ahead of time. So, but I do feel like the UK government, they probably feel that they're doing the best from their side of things, but the Jewish community are feeling unsafe.
And it's really interesting that you mentioned Prevent, because Prevent has come under a lot of criticism today, because the suspect in this incident was actually referred to Prevent, and so was the Southport attacker. There was a horrific attack on young children, young girls at a Taylor Swift dance class, which happened. That person referred to Prevent. The killer of Sir David Amos, an MP stabbed to death in the UK in his constituency, had also been referred to Prevent. So many people are saying, what is wrong with Prevent at the moment? These people were referred to, but still managed to commit these atrocious crimes. And Shane, we've seen several eyewitness videos of the suspect being detained. What more do we know about the suspect? Because this also might bleed into the immigration issue, which is a real hot topic right now in the UK.
Yeah, as you said, so it was a 45-year-old gentleman who is a British national and was born in Somalia and was brought over as a child. I'm generally of the camp that I don't think we should name him or go into too much about him, because I think we don't want to give glorification to people who carry out these kind of acts or give them any kind of publicity oxygen, and let's focus on the issue. But my sort of opinion of it is, this is an horrendous attack, and in the year that I've been doing these shows with you, I can't remember how many of these sort of similar incidents we've sort of discussed on these. And my opinion is that obviously, the attacker who carried this out, has mental health issues, and his opinions are not the general norm across the UK or anywhere really. But I think the problem is that they associate whatever views they have, anti-Israel views, with then local Jews, and I don't think they should be held. Jewish people in the UK should be held responsible for the actions of a government overseas that they don't vote for or have any control over. But so I think that we should distinguish between the two, and I think that's what really needs to be sort of ramped up. I think we need to see a lot more. While you've seen Jewish organisations in the UK call for more action from the government, we've seen security heightened. I think they should also. The root cause of why these actions are generally carried out is because of the actions of what Israel is doing in Gaza, and I think they should condemn that, and that. As British Jews, what is happening is not in their name. And I don't see that happening to the degree that I think it should be. And that's my personal opinion on that. And I also think you should distinguish between a belief and, maybe the action, in the same way that, I'm Irish, I believe in republicanism and, a single island, but I don't agree with what the IRA has done and the activities that they have done in terms of military action in the UK. So I think you can distinguish between the two. And I also think that just because there's been a lot of talk about pro-Palestinian marches and clamping down on those, also you can be pro-Palestinian and that doesn't automatically make you anti-Semitic. So I think this is an example of that we need to differentiate between beliefs and people and countries and people. And it's just too simplistic, and that's what it leads to these actions. But as what Gemma said, I think there should be more done in the immediate sense to A, more security, and B, clamp down on radicalization and reducing that. But your point about Prevent, I generally think unfortunately, they probably did prevent a hell of a lot and captured a lot of people who were carrying out things, but you only need one to flip to get through the net. And unfortunately, it's not possible to catch them all, as has been proven in this incident.
Stay right there. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And Britain's King Charles has paid tribute to victims of the September 11th attacks during a high-profile visit to New York. The royals also met community and business leaders on the third day of a trip, blending remembrance, diplomacy and cultural outreach. Shane, before we get to the question, one thing Donald Trump has just said is he's dropped whiskey tariffs in honour of the King's visit to the US. So, a breakthrough already, but this visit was seen as this roaring success. Do you agree with it? And obviously, Trump's dropped whiskey tariffs.
Yeah, I do agree it has been a success. And I think, King Charles's advisors and whoever his speechwriter is just fantastic. They should get a knighthood, I think, quite soon. And I think there was, I've been following it, and there's been plenty sort of really great viral moments, which, in this day and age is what you need. And there was, I started compiling, some of the best of his lines, so to speak. And, he was talking about in the state dinner about how Donald Trump had made a comment that if it wasn't for America, Europeans would all be speaking German. And then Charles said about, well, if it wasn't for the Brits, then Donald Trump would be speaking French. And he made a joke about the White House being looking very different because of the East Wing gone. And he was saying about how the Brits had tried to renovate it in 1814 when, as we know, they tried to burn it down. And he made some quips along the way saying about his great grandfather, I guess it would be, another King George was on the throne when 250 years ago the War of Independence happened, and he was saying that this is not a cunning rearguard action by him. So there was a lot of like very viral moments. So I personally thought he did an extremely good job in a tough situation. And when he was Prince Charles, he was well known for speaking out. But I think as King Charles, he has to kind of rein it in a little bit more. I do slightly feel that he doesn't have the sort of charisma of his mother and the sort of genuflecting sort of respect that she had. But I think he did an extremely good job. But then, as you know, I do like a poll, so I did look up YouGov, which is a very respectable polling organisation, and they looked in the last few days at the UK and US, and it showed about half of people don't think the trip will make any difference to improving US-UK sort of special relationships. So, it's good if you're a whiskey drinker, I guess, but I kind of think Donald Trump will have moved on to something else and forgotten all about it before Charles's plane lands back in London.
Gemma, when I watched King Charles give that speech to Congress, I almost felt emotional. Shane saying he didn't have that much charisma, but I think his jokes landed really well. And when he got that standing ovation, I felt like he was almost humbled by it, like he was almost surprised. I felt for the first time I really saw who King Charles was on an international stage, getting to know him more and more. But do you think that this royal tour that they've been on, visiting the White House, Donald Trump loves to be a host, all super glamorous pomp and pageantry, do you think it's enough to help people forget all those bad headlines that have been around sort of consistently?
I agree with you, Leigh Ann. I mean, I'm not a monarchist. I'm not anti-monarchist. I'm sort of, somewhere in between. I thought the speech was excellent. And also, I agree. I think we sort of got a glimpse of, a charismatic Charles, feeling sort of quite enjoying himself as well at times. So, the speech, was it enough to placate those who disagreed with the fundamental reasons for the visit in the first place? Possibly not. A visit this high profile can only ever look like it's legitimizing or whitewashing, the actions of the country that they're visiting or, the people that they're, meeting with. Critics have called this visit deeply controversial. obviously in the wake of the Iran war. And we can't forget the many, many derogatory things that President Trump has said very, very recently about the UK and Europe. Luckily, that wasn't alluded to in the speech. So one of the key criticisms as well is that the monarchy is supposed to be neutral. But I don't mind when they step out of their, supposed boxes and, sort of get stuck in. Obviously, Charles has spoken in the past about, nature. He's spoken about things like architecture. He has shown himself, and he's spoken as well about his faith and about the importance of interfaith. And so I quite like it when he does things like this. So is it enough to, wipe the royal family controversies off the front page temporarily in the UK? Yes, but we can only imagine that, just waiting a few days down the line, there's going to be further stories about Prince Andrew, perhaps further Epstein connections. And obviously, King Charles went to America where his son, Prince Harry, lives, and there was, no connection there. And obviously, I do wonder if this visit might put paid to rest those rumours that his health, isn't as good as Buckingham Palace has been saying it is. But overall, I was very impressed.
And I felt exactly the same as you, very impressed. As we know, he seemed to be in good spirits and in good health. But speaking to Sky News on the phone a little bit earlier, President Donald Trump did say that he wished Keir Starmer was more like the king, especially in the way he conducted diplomacy and government, which was quite interesting. But talking about what Trump has said about Europe in the past, he's been speaking again. He's been speaking while we've been live. Trump, German Chancellor, doing a terrible job is what he said. And he also says probably when asked if he would consider removing US troops from Italy and Spain. So he said that is a probability. We do know that he is furious that Europe didn't come to his aid when it came to those strikes on Iran. And many people are saying that President Trump is still looking for a little bit of revenge. But just what he said about the German Chancellor apparently doing a terrible job. But all in all, the royal visit was a success. Now, it's that time of the show where Gemma and Shane have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Gemma, yours is about a king, but a self-declared king of Switzerland. Why is he causing outrage?
So from one king to another, I'm kind of being the royal correspondent, I think, in this
You've got the job.
Yes, I would love that, actually. Thank you.
Pleasure.
I do wonder if Switzerland knows that it's suddenly become a monarchy. Possibly not. So this is about a gentleman called Jonas Lauweiner. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. Now, he has declared him, he's 31. Now, when he was 24, he declared himself the King of Switzerland. So he's been, Switzerland has had a king for a few years now. Now, but what he's done in that time, so over the past few years, he has built himself an empire, his words, of 117,000 square metres of land across Switzerland, which he now owns. Now, it's the way in which he's done this which has caused quite a lot of controversy. So, get this, in Switzerland, there's common land. There's land which doesn't belong to anyone. And if land doesn't belong to anyone in Switzerland, you can claim it for yourself. And all you have to do is write to the local council and say, hey, I would like this land. No one owns it. And if there's no contestation, it's given to you. So over like the past kind of 6-7 years, all he's done, I presume while his friends were out partying and doing other things, but what he was doing was going through land registries and finding all this common unowned land and then writing to councils and being granted it for himself, which I think is pretty smart, to be honest with you, and he hasn't done anything illegal. Now, the reason this has come up now is because he was getting land that had been abandoned or unused. And there was one particular community where a developer had built, some houses, but had then abandoned it halfway through. Now, he went and he bought all the roads around there because it was free land. And now that the development has been, reignited, he's now charging the community to use his roads. So that's where the controversy has come from. But, royals grabbing land for themselves, that's exactly what royals do. So I think he's just, in line with his kind of kingly duties.
Oh, my gosh, he's a genius.
He's right.
Is it not?
Very smart.
It's so clever. And is he upkeeping this land? Because that would be really interesting. Like, what's he doing with it? If he's claimed it, he can build on it, he can do the gardens. What a project. Why didn't I think of this?
I know, and he can charge people to use it. So he can, you know, if you want to drive down his road, he can charge you to use it. And he has been charging a few people. But as he says, I don't shut the roads. I am fair. I do not charge much for them. So he is a fair monarch, in his own words.
Well, yes, fair and wise monarch. And Shane, you are going to tell us about the top 10 rituals to keep bad luck at bay. And I'm really wondering, what's the top one?
And they didn't rank them, but this is based on a survey of British people, and it's 2,000 adults, and 42% said to them that they have a sort of a lucky charm or a ritual that helps them. And about 22% of them said that it helped them pass an exam or get a job. But I'll run through the top 10. They haven't put them in any particular order or ranked them, but there is 10 of them. So one of them is crossing your fingers for good luck. I do that. Knocking on wood, I definitely do that a lot. Avoiding walking under a ladder, that's just basic smart. See a penny, pick it up. I've never really heard that. Choosing specific numbers, probably 7. Avoiding opening umbrellas and doors, I've never heard that. Avoiding putting new shoes on a table, we were talking earlier, I've never heard that either. Throwing salt over your left shoulder, I have heard that. Avoiding the number 13, and when I was a kid, I did this one all the time, I think it was slightly OCD, is avoiding cracks in the pavement. So they're the top 10 biggest ones that people in Britain see as you should do if you want to have good luck.
I've heard of all of them, actually. And
I do all of them.
Yeah, I do. I must admit, I probably do all of them, and I haven't actually even thought about it. But I'm like you, Gemma. I think maybe I'm quite superstitious when I look at this list.
Listening to the list, and I was like, yep, I do that, I do that. And if there's no wood around, I touch my head.
Yes.
Touch wood. No new shoes on the table, absolutely. And my lucky number is 5, so please feel free to borrow that if you want some luck.
My lucky number is 27, because I was born on the 27th, so why not?
27 is one of mine as well. Oh, my goodness.
There we are, 27.
27.
Shane, your lucky number?
Well, I was born on the 26th, so when I'm doing a lot of numbers, I always put 26.
But yeah, it's so interesting that we do all these little things, and I don't know if it makes a difference, but sometimes it probably just makes us feel a little bit better, doesn't it? But thank you so much to our guest, correspondent and economist Gemma White, and news editor of Arabian Golf Business Insight, Shane McGinley. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X, G&T, that's coming up next. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu. Coming up, all eyes on the U.S. and Iran with no sign of any diplomatic breakthrough as the fragile ceasefire holds in the Strait of Hormuz blocked. U.S. military chiefs are drawing up options for President Trump. Iran's president claims the U.S. naval blockade is, quote, doomed to failure. And we turned our focus, as always, on a Thursday of U.S. politics. We're joined by President Trump's spiritual advisor. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest developments in the Iran war. U.S. President Donald Trump has hailed his blockade of the Strait of Hormuz as a success and urged Iran to just give up. President Trump also signaled that his blockade could be enforced for months to come. Iran's supreme leader, on the other hand, has responded by calling Washington's naval blockade a shameful failure after 2 months of what it says is the world's biggest campaign of aggression in the region. So what are the economic implications of tensions in the Strait of Hormuz? Oil briefly topped $126 a barrel today. It's the highest in 4 years. Traders fear an escalation in the war could effectively close the Strait of Hormuz, shaking global markets, and the U.S. is not immune to these developments. The fallout could also carry political weight in a midterm election year, with Americans still feeling the strain of high inflation and the cost of living. For further analysis, I am now joined by Matt Terrell, former Chief of Staff for Marco Rubio's 2016 presidential campaign, joining us from Washington, D.C. Welcome, Matt, to the program.
Hey, great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Now, Matt, let's begin with this. Peace talks have stalled between the U.S. and Iran. Nevertheless, Iran says it will present a new revised peace proposal. What do you think this will include?
Well, we'll see. You know, I do not believe that Iran, the regime, the IRGC has been negotiating in good faith. You know, we've seen that time and again. What's important in any negotiation is that both parties negotiate in good faith. The United States has been. Certainly Iran has not. I think what you're seeing right now, though, is that they are feeling the pressure of this blockade. They may say the opposite, but the truth is there's great economic pressure right now on the regime. And that's certainly a key component of this effort. We'll see what next steps happen here in terms of negotiation discussion. But part of that, I think, needs to be working out for the United States, this being a good deal for the U.S. as well.
That's right. And Trump is being presented with new military options on the table. What military options do you think the U.S. is weighing in right now? Boots on the ground, perhaps?
Well, it's up to President Trump to decide what he does or does not do when it comes to military force. I can tell you right now that he's been using economic force, and that truly has been working. What we've seen right now with this blockade is that we are squeezing Iran's abilities to generate revenue. What we're seeing right now is that Iran is facing great challenges when it comes to skyrocketing inflation. And we're seeing the price of chicken right now over 70%, up over 70%. So, you know, the realities are this economic pressure is very real. I think that Iran just has a few weeks left here until they feel the true pressure that can collapse truly their economy altogether. So right now it's been not just the military force that President Trump's been focused on, obviously that economic force, that economic pressure, and that's the key. Now, he may use additional military force. We saw that third carrier work its way into the region. Obviously, I think he's keeping all options on the table, but the Iranian regime has two different paths it can go, the easy path or the hard path. If they choose the hard path, you may very well see military force by the president.
Well, if military options are being weighed in, where does this leave peace talks between the two countries?
Well, where it leaves is up to Iran making a decision if they want to negotiate in good faith or not. You know, part of that, for example, could be Iran deciding to give up their 60% uranium, enriched uranium. That'd be a good step forward. It would be Iran agreeing to stop pursuing a nuclear weapon. That'd be a good step forward. Iran, time and time again, has not negotiated in a proper way. And on top of that, they've lied. You know, we've seen, for example, when Iran launched missiles against Diego Garcia, you know, the distance that those missiles went contradicted the distance that the Iranian regime has claimed in the past that their missiles could go. So, look, the truth is, this is a discussion between the regime, obviously, and the United States government. Right now, I think it's up to Iran to decide which path they want to go. Do they want a path where they negotiate in a proper way with the U.S. government in an honest way? Or do they want to take a different course? And I think right now they're making a huge mistake by thinking that time is on their side. If they think that they're putting political pressure, economic pressure on President Trump, they're not. You're not going to, have President Trump move or move his will on this. He's going to double down, push forward, and I think that's what the president is doing right now. We'll see if that ends up being military force, but right now that economic pressure is very real for the Iranian regime.
Because on the other hand, we have a different narrative coming out of Iran, of course. Iran says this blockade is doomed to fail, while the U.S. says it can keep going for months to come. So is Iran bluffing?
I think they absolutely are. Again, I go back to Iran. The regime itself is not honest. They are not honest about, I think, what's taking place on the ground. This is the same regime that's limited internet access to its people. This is the same regime that's lied about how many people it's killed. Again, you're dealing with people who do not tell the truth here. But the realities are that the proof's in the data. I mean, if you go and take a look at the fact that, north of 1 million jobs, reports are showing have been lost in the country. I go back to the price of food is skyrocketing. This is a real problem for the regime, particularly when they're, losing roughly $500 million a day. Furthermore, you just saw that Secretary Scott Bessent put on additional threats of sanctions, secondary sanctions on countries that are importing oil from Iran. And that includes, by the way, China. So, look, I think it's not just putting pressure on the regime right now. It's also putting pressure on those who have been allies or trading partners of the regime. This is a multi-pronged approach by President Trump and his team. I think so far it's clear it's working. The U.S. is winning. It's going to be up to the regime to decide if they want to come to the table in good faith.
And Iran is also reportedly bracing for a new wave of protests, this according to some reports right now. Could this be the plot twist that Donald Trump was waiting for a big win?
There's no question when the people of Iran take to the streets and protest, that's powerful. And what the people of Iran have needed time and time again for decades is for a U.S. president to come in and open the door for them to take to the streets, open the door for them to take back their government. This very well could be that moment. I'm confident it is a moment to change the regime, change the course, change the trajectory of Iran for the good of the people. Because at the end of the day, this truly is about the people of Iran. This is a regime that has killed thousands of its own people, oppressed its own people. So to answer your question, that obviously will be a very powerful force here. One of the things I think fueling that, without question, is the economic damage being done to the country right now. When people can't afford food, when people don't have jobs, that's a very powerful component here. Mm-hmm. And it's not just for the citizens of Iran. It's also, look, you're facing a situation here where the police are likely not going to be paid. Military personnel on the ground in Iran, a part of the Iranian regime, not being paid. That's going to be a compounding effect on the regime. It's not just citizens who are suffering right now. It's actually military personnel, it's police who are going to be getting paychecks. How long will they stand on the side of the IRGC if they're not getting a paycheck? These are compounding problems for the regime that they simply cannot control. But on top of that, as you're cutting off their ability to export oil, this is not a good situation for the regime, clearly. The economic pressure, economic fury that President Trump is putting on the regime, it's working. He needs to keep up the blockade, in my view, keep the pressure on the regime until they collapse.
Well, we've been talking about Iran's economy that is suffering right now, no doubt, but we could also argue that the U.S. economy is also suffering. How do you think this will play out, especially before the midterms?
I don't think the U.S. economy is suffering. I mean, look, you've seen just in the past few days, the stock market hit an all-time high. Mm-hmm. Certainly gas prices have been going up, but the truth is they're not going up nearly as high as many predicted. Many were arguing that you'd have $200 per barrel in terms of gas prices. That didn't happen. No question. You want to see those gas prices come down. I'm confident that they will over the next few weeks here. Particularly as this conflict ends, and I think it will end relatively soon here, you're going to see those prices go down. But that's going to be a defining component, no question, going into the midterm elections. But I think the good news is the Trump administration has been addressing that, and they're taking action on it. You've seen time and again the administration, even prior to this conflict with Iran, take action on energy and reducing the cost of gas prices here in the United States. They did that through deregulation, other key activities that they have done ahead of this conflict. So, look, I think the good news is a lot has already been done months in advance to help reduce the cost of energy in the United States. The big question, though, will be keeping that low, and I think the answer is it will be going to these final months here to the midterm elections.
And what about the cost of this war, Matt? Because the War Department is asking for an additional emergency $200 billion to fund the war in Iran. How will this play out as well?
Well, look, I've seen many, particularly Democrats on Capitol Hill, criticizing that. You know, this is the same Democrats on Capitol Hill who spend taxpayer dollars on a lot of things. Bridges to nowhere, for example. The truth is this. The national security of the United States, the security of the world, it does cost something. And look, this is an administration and President Trump, through DOGE and other elements, has worked to reduce government spending where necessary and appropriate. I think when it comes to fueling the men and women of the United States military, ensuring they have the tools and the resources to succeed, when it comes to national security, that's important. And I think it's very rich for Democrats on Capitol Hill to complain about the cost of this war or this conflict, but at the same time, they're choosing not to fund DHS. You have men and women, for example, of the United States Secret Service who are not receiving paychecks right now. So the truth is there's a cost. But the greatest cost, of course, is potentially the loss of life of the men and women of the United States military. They're the ones and their family members who put the true cost on the line. And God bless the men and women who serve in the military. They're the ones who are really leading this effort and putting their lives on the line. We thank them day in and day out for what they're doing to make the world safer, Iran safer, and America safer.
And Matt, how are we going to see negotiations play out now? They are stalled. So how are we going to break this stalemate? And do you think that President Donald Trump is going to have a better deal than his predecessors?
Oh, no question, it'll be a better deal than his predecessors. I mean, look, than President Biden, President Obama, essentially what they did was just hand over funds, money to the regime. And look, presidents in the past, for decades in the past, have not taken the necessary action, in my view, to deal with this regime appropriately. What President Trump has done here is taken the necessary course to obliterate this regime, to finally ensure that we deal with this problem in Iran once and for all. So I think it's up to the regime at the end of the day to come to the table and decide, do they want to reach a deal and negotiate in good faith, or do they want to play games? If they want to be cowboys, that's one thing. And we'll see where that goes. It's not going to be a good place for them because President Trump is not messing around. They're finding out quickly what the Trump doctrine is all about. Mess around and find out. It's exactly what's taking place here over the past few weeks of this conflict. The bottom line is this. President Trump is trying to reach a deal. This is somebody who's willing to work with anybody to reach a deal. He's the deal maker in chief, as we know. But the United States has been trying to do everything they can from their view to get to an appropriate deal, a fair deal, the right deal. Part of that deal is ensuring that Iran does not have the capability to have a nuclear weapon. This, frankly, is at the core of this conflict on behalf of the United States. It's up to Iran to decide if they want to negotiate in good faith or not. They haven't. They need to make that choice and make it quickly, in my view, because they are facing massive economic pressure through this blockade. President Trump should keep up the blockade, in my view.
And we're talking about making a deal here. So what do you make of Donald Trump's main deal makers, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, now J.D. Vance? Do you think they'll be successful here?
All three of them are very talented, but, success comes in negotiation if both sides want to get to a deal. The United States clearly wants to get to a deal, okay? You're talking about sending those three individuals over to have discussions with the regime, to have discussions with the Iranian leadership. We are doing everything that we can from the U.S. side. The other side of the table in any negotiation has to be willing to negotiate and be fair negotiators and actually want to get to a deal. What I can see from my vantage point on this, and again, the president and his team have all the information, but from my view, Iran simply is just playing games here. They're trying to wait out the clock, which is a huge mistake. Time is on President Trump's side. It's not on the Iranian regime's side. And I think President Trump is not about just getting to a deal, but the right deal, the best deal for the United States and frankly for the world. That's what President Trump is about. It's not just to get a deal done. I don't think President Trump's worried about the politics of this or the political pressure of this. He's worried about the policy of this and getting the right policy approach out of this. That's getting the right deal for the U.S. Part of that's obviously national security, ensuring that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. If Iran was wise, they would hand over their 60% enriched uranium now as a sign of good faith. We'll see if they do that.
We'll see how that plays out in the following days or weeks. Thank you for joining us, Matt.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That was Matt Terrell, former chief of staff for Marco Rubio's 2016 presidential campaign, who joined us from Washington, D.C. For more on this, I'm joined by David Kusnet, who is the former White House Director of Speechwriting for President Bill Clinton, joining us from Washington, D.C. Thank you for joining us today, David.
Thank you for having me.
So, David, Iran's president says this U.S. naval blockade is doomed to fail. Why would this be the case?
Well, I'll let the Iranian government speak for themselves. I think the United States does have formidable capabilities in this situation, and I guess as a history fan, I look back to the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, when I think President Kennedy acted much more deliberately, and he defined what the United States was doing with Cuba not as a blockade, but if I remember right, as an embargo. He defined it much more narrowly and therefore was much more successful in gaining international support and in achieving our country's objectives.
Now,
actually, I think he defined it as a quarantine rather than even as an embargo.
Exactly. So more in words, because President Trump says the contrary here. He specifically said that the U.S. blockade is choking Iran like a stuffed pig. Those were his words, but more rhetoric, because he also says things like no more Mr. Nice Guy, and he's made continuous threats towards Iran. So what do you make of this type of rhetoric during wartime?
Well, I think he and his staff should look back to what President Kennedy said and did, and how he said it and how he did it in the missile crisis in 1962. President Kennedy spoke much more deliberately. He was much more focused in what he was doing and in what the United States was doing and how he reached out to the world community. People should take a look at the UN ambassador at that time, Adlai Stevenson, and how masterful he was at the United Nations. And I think the team of Kennedy and Stevenson, among others, was much more successful than what the Trump administration is doing now, which is not to say that the world community does not have reasons to want to restrain the behavior of Iran.
As a speechwriter, David, what's the point? What do you think the end game here is with that type of rhetoric?
Well, I think again, looking to President Kennedy's rhetoric and actions in the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, I think a difference is that he always had an endpoint in mind. He had an objective in mind, and he spoke very deliberately. And there's a sense in which, again, as a Republican president, Theodore Roosevelt once said, speak softly and carry a big stick, that sometimes restrained and deliberate rhetoric really conveys strength better than reckless rhetoric. And what's scary when you compare President Kennedy and Premier Khrushchev in 1962 with the United States and Iran in 2026, and that is not to equate the United States and Iran, but when you compare their rhetoric and actions now, the world was, I think, while the Cuban Missile Crisis was a much more serious situation, the world, I think, was in better hands, sadly, in 1962 than we are now.
Well, Iran is now floating a revised peace proposal. Where do you think we're with peace talks now?
Well, I guess if I could quote one more historic figure, as I think President Reagan said, trust but verify. I mean, I think there is a need not to take the Iranian, I think there's both a need certainly not to take the Iranian government at its word, and also for the words of the American government to be much more deliberate than they are now.
And considering that Iran is floating a new peace proposal, do you think this show of strength coming from President Trump, or this pressure campaign, might actually be working?
Well, I mean, I do want to see the objectives achieved, and I think most Americans, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, want to see the objectives achieved of restraining the behavior of the Iranian government and of the Iranian government not acquiring a nuclear weapon. I think that was probably better achieved by the agreement that the Obama administration negotiated than by a lot of what is being said and done now. So I would like to see the best goals of this administration achieved, but I think that these goals are best achieved with different rhetoric and different actions, more outreach to the rest of the world, and a kind of rhetoric of restrained strength that has been characterized the United States at its best, whether it was John Kennedy or Ronald Reagan.
Let's talk numbers now, David, because the War Department confirmed that the government is spending approximately $25 billion on Operation Epic Fury. So this is the estimate cost of the war as the conflict enters its third month. Officials warn this total could increase significantly. It's still far from being America's longest or costliest war. So will Americans support hundreds of billions more if this war drags on?
Well, I think Americans are much less likely to support a war that was never explained before the government of this country entered into the war. I was disturbed to follow the news coverage yesterday where Secretary Hegseth appears before a congressional committee, and I believe he was questioned by Congressman Ro Khanna of California, and he did not seem to know the basics about the cost of the war to the country and the cost to taxpayers and consumers and workers and businesses. The cost is probably going to be much greater than the estimate because there's also the impact on the world economy and on the American economy. And that translates not just into people's household budgets, but into the federal budget, because if this puts a crimp on economic activity and tax revenues, then the cost is much worse than the nominal cost.
There was more confusion during this hearing, this heated session in the House, this hearing that you just mentioned. Pete Hegseth was grilled about the war in Iran, especially Iran's nuclear program. Hegseth says Iran's nuclear facilities were obliterated. They've used this war quite a lot, especially last year as well. So which one is it? An imminent threat, which is what they stated at the beginning, or a threat that's now completely gone and that's been obliterated?
Well, that is the question. And I think the American people and their elected representatives are still waiting for the answers.
That's right. You worked under President Clinton as well. How would he have handled this war in Iran?
Well, thankfully for the world, he and we did not face a crisis of this magnitude during his presidency. I mean, events always look serious when you're experiencing them and dealing with them. But he was fortunate, and the world was fortunate, the United States was fortunate, that his presidency came at the end of the Cold War and lasted for 8 years of when there were crises in the world, but there was nothing in the magnitude of what has happened in the world since September 11th of 2001.
And I wanted to pick your brain here, David, on another completely different topic. This is the visit of King Charles III, especially considering you're a speechwriter. I'm sure you have some thoughts on the King's speech to Congress.
It was a great speech, and it's a tribute to King Charles that probably the members of the House and Senate from the different parties were more comfortable listening to him than they often are listening to each other or listening to the administration. I mean, you remember, as we all do, that this is the 250th anniversary of the United States Declaration of Independence. It is, I think, quite a tribute to the King of England and quite a tribute to the relationship that has evolved between the United States and the United Kingdom, that this was such a friendly visit, especially coming after the traumatic events over the weekend at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And I guess as a speechwriter who's in awe of the King's achievement, what I'm reminded of is a few things. First, that the British royal family has learned how to address their own country, which is much more class polarized than the United States is class polarized. They've learned how to address their own country respectfully, whether it's under a Labour government or a Conservative government. And they have learned how to address, when they travel countries respectfully that declare their independence from the UK. And I think what he did was a masterful display of how you construct and deliver a great speech, that he began with humor. He began by establishing a common bond, a friendly bond, a respectful bond with his audience. And only after he did that did he make some points that needed to be made about the importance of the transatlantic relationship, the importance of trade between the United States and the UK, the fact that the United States and the UK have fought on the same side in major and historic wars since the beginning of the last century. And he made these points having established a respectful bond with his audience in the Capitol and his audience across the United States. And I think he did it with equal parts of humor and history and mutual respect.
I agree. And do you think it'll have any influence on President Trump's foreign policies?
I don't know. That's an open question. It certainly will only do good. It provides a model for the kind of leadership that a leader can provide by the power of persuasion, not just the persuasion of power.
As always on a Thursday, we focus on the United States, where this week has been dominated by King Charles III's historic visit, including an address to Congress. We'll also be looking at developments in Washington, including former FBI directors James Comey's surrender to authorities, the Iran war, and possible options ahead. From on all of this, I'm joined by Pastor Mark Burns, President Trump's spiritual advisor, speaking from South Carolina, and Matthew Stadland, broadcaster and author based in the UK. Thank you both for joining us today.
Good to be with you.
Now, we'll start with you, Pastor Burns. Do you think, following King Charles III's visit, his speeches to Congress, do you think that President Trump will listen to anything that the king has to say this week? Will the king have any type of influence, for example, on Trump's foreign policy?
Well, I think for people who wouldn't know President Trump very closely, the president is his own man. He has a group of advisors, and naturally we do listen to our friends in the UK, who is our oldest and closest allies. But the king has influence, but the president is his own man, and he will listen first to the voice of the Holy Spirit and to his closest advisors regarding foreign policy. That's what Secretary Marco Rubio is for, and the State Department. But the president is guided by, the American people and what's interests of the American people first, and not really any foreign country. But again, it was a beautiful moment to have His Majesty here in the United States visiting our dear president.
What do you think, Matt? How is this visit being perceived in the UK now?
Very positively, and I think from what I've read, it seems as though it's been received very positively in the United States as well. I mean, you're not going to please all of the people all of the time, of course, but I was on your show earlier in the week saying I did think it was an important moment, but with the caveat that because of the nature of Donald Trump's personality, the way he acts as president, his unpredictability, the fact he is his own man, he plays by his own rules, that I was worried that the impact wouldn't last very long. And indeed, despite the king emphasizing in front of Congress, who, by the way, I thought he had in the palm of his hands, it was an extraordinary speech, but despite the king emphasizing the importance of NATO, since then, Donald Trump has been threatening to reduce US troop numbers, the numbers of US personnel stationed in Germany. And that is a very significant threat. I think it's a petulant threat in response to some of the things that Chancellor Merz of Germany himself has said. So you can already see that although the King's presence may have struck a chord with many Americans and many members of Congress, its impact on Donald Trump is likely to be limited.
What do you think, Pastor Burns? Do you think this is back to business, back to usual with Trump's perhaps rupture of this alliance with NATO?
Well, I mean, again, President Trump has been very strong about NATO. It is a group of nations who traditionally have not been upholding their end of the bargain. This has been a bill by the American taxpayer. and to consistently see the American taxpayer carry the majority of the weight to protect Europe, that's unfair. And so that's why President Trump was elected all the times that he was elected as president, even though they threw everything and the kitchen sink at him, he still won. Because the American people want a president, a commander-in-chief that will focus primarily first on American citizens and spending billions of dollars to support a weakening body like NATO, to support a European war or to support Europeans while the Europeans themselves are not upholding their end of the bargain. It's a hard pill to swallow for the American people. So the president is just following the voice and the people of the citizens he has sworn to protect and to preserve.
So I'd push back very strongly on what Pastor Burns has said there, actually, if I may. And it is entirely untrue that Donald Trump has been strong on NATO. He has severely weakened the alliance, and it is foundational to Western security, this alliance. The King pointed out in front of your Congress that NATO came to the aid of America in its hour of need post 9/11. And indeed, many service personnel from this country and others in Europe and beyond lost their lives fighting shoulder to shoulder with American troops. And it is true, I will grant you that European nations need to put more money into their defence. They do need to put their shoulder to the wheel a little more than they are already. But that doesn't for a second excuse Donald Trump's weakness, and yes, I call it weakness, on NATO, to describe it as a paper tiger a few weeks ago, and also to say, indeed, that Putin sees it as a paper tiger, I think is truly disgraceful. It shames America,
true, though.
And it undermines the Western alliance.
It's true. It is a paper lion. It is not respected. If so, that Russia would not be attacking Ukraine, even though we know Ukraine is not a member of NATO, but Poland is. The Baltic states, is. And no one really respects NATO because NATO, just like the fact that UK refused to send naval ships to support the Strait of Hormuz, when that's really your country that will be morally affected by the closure, not the American people. And remember, everything you just said about how President Trump has weakened NATO. Listen, you keep talking about Trump. You failed to mention the American people, the millions of American people. These are American policies. You have Trump deranged syndrome, like most people who speak about Donald Trump as though it's just him. There are multiple layers of government and checks and balances here in America. We don't have a king. I mean, even though we now know that Donald Trump is royalty, but he's not a king. He's an elected official by the people of the United States of America. So when you talk so heavily about Donald Trump, you can say that because you don't like the man. You don't know him, but you don't like him. But you got to talk about the American people, sir. It's the American people, praise God, that upholds Donald J. Trump. It is the American people that elected him to be our representative and our commander-in-chief. So you need to talk more about America and not so much about Donald Trump, but America. He is the commander-in-chief, but it's the people of the United States of America to form a more perfect union. We, the people of the United States of America, is the power behind Donald Trump. So you insult America, sir. When you insult Donald Trump, you insult America.
Have you finished?
Matt, the right to response, Matt.
What an absurd collection of things to say. To accuse me of having Trump derangement syndrome because I have a lot of criticisms of the way that your president has conducted himself, including, by the way, recently suggesting that Somalis, not suggesting, saying it explicitly, that Somalis have low IQ. This is language that approximates the language of white supremacy. The president has defiled the office of the presidency, in my view. And guess what, Pastor? We, like you, live in a democracy, and we get to criticise your president. He's been highly critical of our prime minister, not just our prime minister, but our country and of our Royal Navy, describing our ships as toys. Truly disgraceful comments coming from our allies. So how dare you level those accusations at me? You pointed out that Ukraine is not part of NATO. Indeed, it isn't. And so far, Putin hasn't invaded a NATO country. Well, what I will say is when you have an American president, the leader of the country that is obviously the most powerful in NATO, describing that foundational alliance as a paper tiger, it makes it more, not less likely, that Putin might try his hand. So I'm gobsmacked that you say what you say. And you say that Trump is elected by the American people. Indeed, of course he is. He's elected in your great democracy. But it was your great democracy that President Trump claimed had delivered the wrong result when he lost to President Biden the first time round. And I'll also point you to polls that suggest that Republicans are not exactly looking forward to the midterm elections. American democracy doesn't stand still. There is no one American people when it comes to politics. Your country is deeply divided.
Well, the reality of it is this. You do have a paper tiger because NATO doesn't do what it should be doing, right? And the reality of it is the American taxpayer has funded that bill for you, sir. Right, and the American people are tired of funding your bill. You step it up. You use your Navy. You use your troops at a high level. You spend your taxpayers' dollars more to support your community in Europe because the reality of it is the American people are speaking for Donald Trump. Donald Trump, President Trump, is echoing the voice of the American people. So I know it may be hard for you to finally have a president that actually thinks for the American people first. That's what America First policy means. That's why Donald Trump won. Even though they tried to assassinate him 3 times, even though they tried to use the Department of Justice to destroy his name and end his possibility of becoming president or even running for president, God still hand protected him and allowed him to win. And many believe he won 3 times. Many believe in America that he won the time against what you call Joe Biden. But the reality of it is, this is a tax bill that the American people are tired of paying for. And that's what
Hang on, you speak
about.
of God,
So
Pastor.
when you talk about
you speak of God.
the comments of Donald Trump, you're talking about the American people. We don't want to carry your bill anymore. It's just
you speak of God and God saving the life of the president. Did God save the life? Did God save the life of the American citizen, the father who died last summer in that appalling assassination attempt on President Trump? I utterly condemn political violence, but you invoke the name of God for having saved the life of Donald Trump. He didn't save the life of that American father who died at that rally. I'll tell you who'll be delighted by the argument, the discussion, the debate that you and I are having right now.
Probably don't want to argue.
President Xi of China will be delighted. President Putin of Russia. Let me finish. President Putin of Russia will be delighted, will he not? And not just that, I can tell you, but the IRGC in Iran will be delighted. They want nothing more than fracture in this special alliance, fracture between America and
Iran
Europe.
doesn't have a navy because of President Trump.
What King Charles has done this week.
Iran doesn't have an air force because of President Trump
given your president
and the American people.
Has given your president
Iran doesn't have the ability to put a nuclear weapon in Iran because of President Trump and the American people, not because of Great Britain and your weak prime minister, right? But because of President Trump making a decisive decision and the millions of Iranians who are praising President Trump and the American government for stepping up and doing what weak NATO or what weak Prime Minister of UK refused to do. Those people are grateful that the hand of God protected President Trump. And the reality of it is, God looks beyond our faults and still meet us at our needs. Now, apparently, you don't read your Bible, and probably you wouldn't want to argue theology with me. But if you want to go there, that's fine, too. But the point of it is, millions of Iranians are praising President Trump. They're grateful. Nonsense. Now there's a chance that they may be able to return back to their home and return back to the democracy that once the
Pastor, you're talking nonsense
in Iran. And that's what we're praying for.
I'd like to interrupt both of you because thank you for setting up the ground for our next topic, which is Iran. We'll stay on Pastor Burns right now because Trump has
just respond to what Pastor Burns was saying.
We'll give you a right to respond, Matt. Of course. Go ahead.
He's made some remarkable and extraordinary claims.
Briefly.
Once again. I utterly condemn the Iranian regime. They are a scourge of their own people and a sponsor of terror around the world. Unfortunately, whatever one thought about the rights and wrongs of this American and Israeli war on Iran, unfortunately, one consequence of that does not, by any means, appear to be the liberation of the Iranian people. So you say that Iranians are cheering on America. How have Iranians' lives been made any better? And by the way, you talk about us needing the Strait of Hormuz. Have you checked the prices at your gas pump in America? And again, I point you to the midterm elections. I point you to the midterm elections.
You don't live in America. You're reading some false fake news report. I live in South Carolina, in the United States of America. So you can talk about your fake news reports that you read from some news article. I live here. I'm here in the United States of America. We are doing very well here. We are most definitely an oil-rich nation. And thank God that God elected President Donald Trump and the American people elected President Donald Trump, because we have strong energy right here in our own ground. And we're very energy dependent.
Why have petrol prices been going up?
Excuse me.
Why is gas going up?
The reality of it is, it is you who need that. It is you who should be sending out more troops to stop open up the Strait of Hormuz.
Gas prices been going up?
You should be liberating the people in Iran, but you're not. You're a weak prime minister, and all you have is a big mouth who just wants to hear himself talk and not understand that the people are the ones that are suffering in Iran, and the people are praising President Trump. I've never seen this many Iranian flags in my life up close and personal, but it's because they are grateful. Not weak prime ministers in the UK, and not people who talk about that. They talk about stopping evil, but they don't stand up to it.
Has President Trump liberated the Iranian people? Yes or no?
They don't have a navy. They don't have an air force. They don't have the ability to wage war. They've been the leader of the sponsor of terror for 47 years. That right now there's strong opposition leading up even now. And you understand this. There is no head of government right now in Iran because of President Trump. They're fighting each other. Yes, the liberation has already taken place. There are no public beheadings. There is no Ayatollah that led the sponsor of terror for 47 years. Sir, what world are you living in? The reality of it is Iran is right now in a better place it was before now than it was before President Trump and the American people, backed by the American government, attacked Iran.
Pastor Burns, if I could just ask you this, because Trump has faced a lot of criticism from his own party. Trump has faced a lot of criticism from his own party, Pastor Burns, MAGA and Republicans as well. He campaigned for many years. He campaigned a no foreign war. So how do you respond to this current criticism? Do you believe that Trump has handled well the war in Iran?
Of course he's handled the war, because you understand there was a preeminent attack. There was a preeminent attack that we jumped on it first. That's what great leadership does. Again, peace is only done when you have the ability to back up it with strength. And the reality of it is, Iran was in a position to create a nuclear weapon that will hold the UK, that will hold the world, that will hold Israel, Europe at gunpoint with a nuclear weapon. And that is what has been stopped. And that's the whole purpose of this war, is that we stop these people, the regime, not the people, because the people of Iran are beautiful. But that is an American first agenda. That's why my message has always been that we need to support Ukraine. And that's one thing I want to celebrate the king for, His Majesty, for making that point in Congress when he addressed both houses, when he mentioned about Ukraine. We should be doing more for Ukraine. We should be protecting Kyiv. We should be protecting the innocent people of Ukraine, Bucha, and the other areas, because if we don't stop Russia now, then they're going to take Ukraine. They're going to go out to Moldova. They're going to go to Poland. They're going to go to the Baltic states, and that's going to initiate Article 5, and that's NATO. And America will be putting more than just more than money or weapons. We'll be forced to, by NATO, to put boots on the ground, and that's not an American first agenda. So in order for this to be America first does not want American boys and women on the front lines. And the same thing will happen in other parts of the world. That's why stopping Iran now is an American first agenda. It is protecting the sovereignty of the American people And that's what President Trump did. That's why he went to Venezuela. And that's why we stopped the oil flow in Venezuela. So it's all connected to eliminate evil that has shown itself and shown its face around the world so that we can protect the American people. That's why the American people...
If I may come back on this, the pastor and I are not as far apart on some of this as you might think. It's good to hear of him talking about the defense of Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression, more than what the president has done at times, Donald Trump, who at one point even blamed Ukraine for being invaded by Russia. I'd also agree with the pastor. We certainly do not want Iran to get a nuclear weapon. But my concern is, similar to my concern about the Iranian people not having been liberated, is that this conflict by no means guarantees that. Indeed, that is why we're told there is still an impasse between America and Iran, because the Iranians are refusing to give guarantees. Let me remind the pastor, in terms of the way that this war has been conducted, the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. That should have been entirely foreseeable. It has been catastrophic, certainly extremely damaging to economies around the world. It's been damaging to Americans at the pump, which is a point I've been trying to make. And there is at the moment, no end in sight to this conflict. So it's a very serious set of circumstances that President Trump has dragged the world into.
No, Iran dragged the world into when they refused to stop trying to make their nuclear weapon. That's the point. When somebody who just despised Trump, they just blame him for everything. It is Iran who refused to not make a nuclear weapon. And secondly, we didn't have a weak president like former President Obama, who sent billions of dollars to Iran to negotiate them not making nuclear weapons. Well, clearly that didn't work. And so it is very clear. We had to put a stop to Iran. Iran is the initiator of this war. Iran are the ones that have been leading terror for 47 years. You got to speak those facts. And so this is the United States being the United States. We have peace through strength, and strength doesn't work out unless you can. Peace doesn't work unless you're willing to back it up with strength. And unfortunately, our past presidents have just done a lot of talking and very little action. When we have a president like Donald Trump, who is a man of action. We have Secretary of State Marco Rubio. We have a very powerful Secretary of War in America, and Pete Hegseth, who are men of action. And that's what the American people have been lacking for the last several years with previous presidents, because we are not being respected as a nation. And I know it may be a challenge for you, because you're used to an American president supporting and putting all our power to support your government or to support the people in Europe. But this is American president who's designed to support the American people.
Listen, buddy, listen to me. Listen to me.
This is not for Europe. Every decision President Trump makes is for the American people first, not for
Okay, let me get in. Let me get in on this.
Not for Israel.
We'll give Matt the right to respond now.
You keep talking about Europe. The president is not the president of Europe. He's the president of the United States of America.
If you're confident of your arguments, Pastor, then just be quiet for a moment and let me speak.
The superpower right now. That's why the American people elected him.
Pastor Burns, can Matt respond now?
But we are going to protect our sovereignty, and we're going to make sure that Iran does not have nuclear weapons. How hard is that to understand?
You claim that I like the sound of my own voice. I've rarely heard, and I've debated people hundreds of times on television programs. I've rarely ever heard someone who appears to like his own voice as much as you do. You accuse me of Trump derangement syndrome. I have nothing of the sort. I stand against much of what President Trump has done and said and stands for. That doesn't mean I stand against the American people or I would slag off your country. As I've said, your country is divided.
People voted for Donald Trump.
Although it's leaning Democrat. You have consistently attacked not just our Prime Minister, you've described as weak, and I would suggest he's not weak, he's strong in some ways. You've attacked Britain, you've attacked Europe. That is not the language of an ally, nor is it the language to be used against an ally that stood shoulder to shoulder, as I've already pointed out, and as King Charles pointed out very effectively this week, when you came under attack on 9/11. So please desist from this shameful and divisive language, Pastor. It doesn't get anyone anywhere. I've already said I don't want Iran to get a nuclear weapon, but there are those who say, there are those who argue that President Obama's approach was working and that it was unraveled by President Trump during his first term. But I agree with you. We don't want Iran to get a nuclear weapon.
I have one last question for both of you. Let's start with Pastor Burns.
It's easy for you to
Pastor
say
Burns, what do we know of further military action this week?
Well, you've been taxed 35 to 40% to help support the Iranians from not building a nuclear weapon, who's also been the sponsor of terror for 47 years. You will not want to do the two. So it's easy for you to argue that point from your point of view. But it is the American taxpayer like myself and the millions of Americans who are tired of Obama's weak policy that did not stop the Iranians from making a Ukrainian nuclear weapon. It did not stop them at all. We just was paying our money to do it. And that is foolish. The President Trump is a man of peace through strength. We don't want to go to war. We don't want to see no one die. I'm a man of peace. That's what this pen is on my chest. It is a spiritual diplomat. And that's what the thousands of spiritual diplomats all over the world who fight for and work for peace in conflict zones. We don't want war, but we will. But in some cases, when Iran, and you keep forgetting, Iran refused to not make nuclear weapons. I are in the same interest that we don't want Iran to make nuclear weapons. It's that simple.
Briefly, Pastor Burns, do you support further military action that's being discussed? Briefly, Pastor Burns, do you support further military action that's being discussed, is being presented to President Donald Trump?
Well, I mean, naturally, again, as I just stated, I would prefer to always figure out a way of peace. Never advocate for war. But in some cases, when people refuse to step up and refuse to meet in the middle that will bring peace, then sometimes all you have is to attack those who live by the sword. And the Bible says, if you live by the sword, you will die by the sword. And so in some cases, the only other option is to have military conflict to force someone to capitulate and to ultimately bring peace and stability in the region.
Matt, what do you think? Will this escalate?
Yeah, my response is I wonder whether Pastor Burns is a sort of spiritual advisor who would support his protege in the form of Donald Trump, threatening to obliterate an entire civilization overnight, as he did recently. I wonder whether Pastor Burns is concerned that Trump chickens out, to use that ugly phrase, and that when Trump realized that if he was going to bomb the infrastructure, which is used by civilians in Iran, Iran might retaliate by doing something similar in the Gulf region. I wonder whether Pastor Burns, who's been talking about how little he wants, I think, American boots on the ground overseas, whether he'd be prepared to send American troops on the ground into Iran if that's necessary. I have serious concerns about the analysis of this Christian preacher when it comes to global politics. The stakes are extremely high, and I hope very much that President Trump listens to military advisors rather than his Christian pastor when it comes to matters of war and peace. But I have my concerns about some of his military advisors as well, I can assure you.
Pastor Burns,
just final point, I'm extremely worried about the Strait of Hormuz. It's also impacting American citizens. It's impacting British citizens and others. And America is going to war with a sponsor, as I've already said, of international terror. And to some extent, Iran, unfortunately, holds the cards. I don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. I want their people to be liberated. But I'm very concerned about the way that this war is playing out. And I'm concerned that the result of it will not necessarily mean that Iran is less likely to develop a nuclear weapon.
Very briefly, Pastor Burns, I'm sure you have a response to that.
Well, I mean, clearly you don't read your Bible, because you will discover that God has used imperfect people like President Trump throughout the scriptures. Noah was an alcoholic. David was an adulterer and a murderer. Peter was a foul-mouthed, violent individual that cut the ear off of the high priest. But yet Jesus still looked at Peter and said, upon this rock I shall build my church, and lied about Jesus at the same time. And so, but yet God's grace covers us all. That includes Donald Trump. And according to and the direction of the war, listen, you can't have it both. Unfortunately, war is ugly. None of us are advocating for killing of innocent people or war in general. Nobody wants that. But sometimes it requires a strong leader like President Trump to make a strong decision that may be unpopular, to do what is right and not what is popular. And right now, stopping Iran from the ability to wage war, again, for another 47 years of terror, stopping Iran from the ability to make Ukraine, use uranium and to create a nuclear weapon that will hold the world at gunpoint. These are the things that are top priority. And yes, the people of Iran will be liberated. There will be a time where Iran will be open to the world so that we can do business in Iran and support the beautiful people of Iran. And my prayer is the same thing happens to Ukraine. We have to support Ukraine. My message has been very clear. I was against Ukraine until I went to Ukraine and I saw the people myself. And President Zelensky gave me a medal for my effort of trying to bring peace in that region. I am going to continue to fight for Ukraine. We got to stop Russia. Russia is not going to stop. That's the message also that I'm echoing to the president and to anyone that will listen. And in this case, same thing with Iran. We don't want to wage war with Russia. We don't want to go to war with more violence. But at the same time, if he continues to attack Ukraine, if he continues to go to Moldova, Poland, and the Baltic states, we'll be forced to. And that's what we're trying to prevent now. And so my prayer is nobody wants war. Nobody wants to see anyone die. And I'm not advocating for war, but at sometimes you got to stand up to evil. And sometimes you got to be David when you're facing a Goliath. And Goliath's head needed to be chopped off.
We'll end on that biblical note. Thank you for that, Pastor Mark Burns, presidential Trump spiritual advisor, speaking from South Carolina. And thank you, Matthew Stalden, for your participation today, broadcaster and author based in the UK. That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching. Be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. A struggle for influence, fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. An American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today And how we reached this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats for 444 days in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabas Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
A few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordo nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea, and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza war in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. The scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out, with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days, during which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapsed, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named Fierce Anger and Lion's Roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program. The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capability. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد شعیب گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan, and Iraq. With the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes, the confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory, a move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon, along with sites and field commanders linked to the party, as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests, in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, this conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation, where the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
The entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years. So.
Hello and welcome to this special interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great nephew of the former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Lord Roderick, thank you for your time and for this interview. I'd like to first start by asking you about your family legacy and the history of the name of the family of Balfour. Being a descendant of former Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour, how do you think that carrying the name shaped your own perception and understanding of the declaration and the impact given its significance and to the whole world, I would say?
Good. Well, listen, thanks for your interest. The Balfour Declaration, you may have read before, hung on the back of the lavatory door in our house in France. Nobody ever talked about it. It was just not a feature through the 50s and the 60s and the 70s when I was growing up. Although I say the 70s, by then it was a bit, because the first time I came across it seriously was during the Six-Day War in June 1967, when I worked for the New York Herald Tribune in Paris. And unlike today, you'd be amazed, all of the Champs-Élysées and all the area around was completely pro-Israeli. Bizarrely, that wouldn't be the same today at all. And then I really, when it first sort of mattered and people wanted to talk about it, I would say was really around the centenary. So really quite recently.
And I wanted to ask, looking back 100 years ago, do you think that the UK government and your great uncle have foreseen the long-term consequences of this declaration?
Do you think that President Trump and everybody else can see the long-term consequences of what they're proposing today in 100 years' time? I mean, nobody can. And I think it's very important to stress, I mean, a lot of people who talk about this talk as though it was a problem 100 years ago. It wasn't. I mean, there were only 700,000 people in the whole of Greater Palestine and Cisjordania and I think the south of Syria. 700,000. There are now, 12, 13 million people inhabiting a smaller area. We hadn't had the Holocaust, which made a huge difference. And no, I mean, Arthur Balfour and the rest of the cabinet. And I mean, I think it's important to stress that this document was not typed out by his secretary dictating to him over breakfast. I mean, this was, he was the foreign secretary, and somebody else might have been the foreign secretary. In fact, somebody else did say somebody else should be writing it, I think. But anyway, it ended up with his name on it as the foreign secretary.
And before moving to, I will ask you a bit more about the declaration itself, but before moving to that part of the conversation, I have a question about how you talk about the Balfour Declaration in your own family. Is it usually a source of pride, or is it usually a source of controversy?
I think in its original form, and for the reasons it was written, I think that there is pride. But I mean, I think we very much see Arthur as having done it as the Foreign Secretary. Admittedly, you know, he was, particularly through my great aunt, a great friend of Chaim Weizmann and Theodor Herzl and people. And he was, you know, he was a great philosopher and he was a great humanitarian. And so obviously he was very influential within the cabinet and as the Foreign Secretary, you know, because you had, you know, what goes around comes around. You had the Tsar expelling all the Jews from Russia who ended up here and in America, not being able to speak English with their strange habits and everything else. And that preyed on people to say, and they wanted to, you know, go to the land of their forefathers, to the land of Moses. And that meant Palestine. So it was very much a humanitarian gesture, but I mean, it's not as definite in here as a lot of people would like to think it is.
And moving on to the declaration itself, and I think this is a question on everyone's mind in the Middle East, as you may know. Why do you think that it was a promise to one group of people, a homeland for one group of people, but did not promise the same for another group of people who were inhabitants of the land at the time?
Well, because the Palestinians, if you like, for want of a better word, were not under persecution. Nobody was chasing them. Everybody was, you know, I don't wish to demean them, but I mean, I think when I read about the history, it was basically an agrarian economy with sheep and goat herds, nothing, no sophistication, very few people, as I say, you know, and therefore I think they thought if a few Jews wanted to go and live there peaceably, you know, all the Abrahamic faiths, you know, Muslim, Christian and Jew, why would there be a problem? So, you know, there was no sort of contentious arguments over the breakfast table about how can you do this? You know, everybody was coexisting peaceably. But you know, a lot of it obviously has to do with the Holocaust, population explosion, that there isn't room for everybody.
Do you think the declaration, now looking at it, fulfilled some of its goals?
When you say its goal, I mean, I have it in my hand because I always want to get it absolutely right. I have much further we have a declaration of sympathy. That's all, with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. So there's no, we will support the creation of a state of Israel, as is, you know, under pressure to create for Palestine at the moment. And this is the strong bit. Everything else is what I think in the lawyers call precatory. It's a wish. Okay? But the next sentence is the one that gets me into trouble in Israel. It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So I leave anybody listening to think what is going on today is not what he or the government of the day would have wished.
But do you think that the UK government has done enough for that clause to protect non-Jewish communities?
That's a very good question. I mean, when you say done enough, I mean, I felt for many years that the United Nations, who got involved in the Congo, in Sudan, in all these other places, never really got sufficiently involved in the Holy Land. And I call it the Holy Land for all three religions. And I've never quite understood why not. And particularly as, you know, one has to say it, but Israel has never attacked anybody else. I mean, they've gone off and done these missions in recent times, but they've never wanted to wipe out the Palestinians. I mean, the occupation of the West Bank and these settlements under the very right-wing Israeli factions, you know, is not something. I mean, that goes completely contrary to this, as well as to United Nations resolutions and things like that. So, you know, what could we do, just Britain? I mean, it wasn't a You know, we came out of it after the mandate finished in 1947-48, and the State of Israel was announced, recognized by the US, recognized by the United Nations. You know, they were a sovereign nation by whatever other means you want to call them. So, you know, it wasn't up to us to say, you are contravening the declaration. I would have liked it if they had, and the United Nations had said, you know, we're going to come in here and sort things out, because it's contrary to the declaration.
I'd like to move to the to UK's historical decision to recognize Palestine last week, and this was an important day for a lot of Palestinians and Arabs in the whole world. Mm-hmm. What do you think of this recognition, and do you think that it was a step taken too late?
No, I don't at all. I think that again, with the United Nations' help and everybody else, there should have been a far greater effort to deal with the two population problem much earlier, whereby there would have been far more democratic regimes in both Gaza and the West Bank, and instead they've just been able to run riot and do whatever. I mean, the West Bank hasn't had elections for 20 years. Gaza has been ruled by Hamas. I mean, are these, in their present condition, are these really suitable entities for us to recognize as a state? I'm not sure. But I mean, it's symbolic. It shows that we are in favor of the two-state solution, but there's got to be a lot more before it actually means anything.
And do you still believe in a two-state solution? Do you think that with today's circumstances that it's still a viable solution?
Well, clearly the Israelis don't think so. And I don't think Hamas thinks so, because Hamas want to get rid of Israel, and Israel doesn't trust any of the Arab countries while they're run as, the Palestinian enclaves, until they have a reassurance that they're not going to be populated by people who swear death to Israel from the river to the sea. So you've got these two blocks who are implacably opposed to each other. And I suppose that's what, love him or hate him, but, President Trump is actually somebody who at last is not just muttering warm words, but actually getting on and doing something, and I think has realized, and obviously done a lot of talking around the Middle East and with other Islamic countries, who, you will know yourself because you're from there. I understand none of the countries want to have an unstable world there, which is rife with terrorism and murder and everything else. I mean, I think, excuse me, especially Saudi, I believe, very, very keen to have peace. And of course, we were talking earlier about Abu Dhabi, and I mean, these are now commerce has taken over from the theocracy element, which I think ruled a lot of the sort of views of Islamic countries before. And now they're major economic powers. They don't want to see war and terrorism on their doorstep. So I think that's why they're, as I understand it, giving their full support to this effort, the Trump effort.
But moving to today's reality, do you have any reservations about Israel's act of violence? Do you think, what is your view on what Israel is committing against the Palestinians today?
I think you've got to take that in two halves. I think the West Bank is something that really has got to be stamped on. That is so contrary to the declaration and against the United Resolutions things which we were talking about. But Gaza, how has Hamas allowed this to happen and not said, listen, please don't bomb all our houses and think we will surrender the hostages? I mean, one feels, and this is evidently what everybody else feels through the Trump proposal, that Hamas, I mean, he said it, Hamas has got to be neutralized because they're the destabilizing force. But I think the West Bank and Gaza are, but you know, I'm no lawyer, I'm not a professional historian, so these are just my personal opinions, but you've got to separate the West Bank problem from the Gaza problem.
And how's your relationship with the Palestinians and the Israelis, if you have any?
Well, I've not really come across too many Palestinians per se who live in Palestine, but I have come across a lot of the Arabs who live and work in Israel. And of course they don't like it either, because they've peacefully coexisted in Israel, done a lot of business with they're integral part of the business landscape.
And I just want to ask two more questions. One of them is, when you reflect back at the declaration, for you personally, do you feel that it's a source of responsibility? Do you feel it's a burden that you carry the Balfour name and you do these interviews? And
that's interesting. I mean, I suppose that really why I accept sort of the invitation to do these interviews is it gives me an opportunity to defend the declaration and point out what it actually says. I've read up quite a lot of opinions on the declaration, and one of the things I find, which I think are provocative to the Palestinian side, is all sorts of people have read this and said, oh, this is definitely an official document. This is, we will create the Israeli state. And it doesn't say that, but it's been seized on by sort of the more, I suppose you'd call them extreme or right-wing in this day and age, elements who want to say that this has a force of law. As I say, I'm no lawyer, but when I read it as it says, and I'm not trying to interpret it like a scholar.
I have one last question, just because a lot of people did take this as an official document.
Well, it's official in the sense that it came out of the British government and was expressed a wish with a particular reservation. Yep, official.
But then what do you say to the millions of Palestinians? Some of them are still refugees in some countries. What do you tell them now that this declaration and the name of Balfour was so central to the path that they had in life, or they took in life after what happened in 1917 and 1948 and everything afterwards?
I think I've never understood why the Palestinians and the Jews did not all just get on and build the fabulous economy together. It's been so one-sided, and I never understood why the Palestinian side was not keeping up with the Jewish side.
Maybe because a lot of them were expelled out of their homes.
Arab Israelis who very happily coexist. I mean, why after the Intifada in 2014, was it, did Hamas decide to destroy all the greenhouses, you know, that had been left by the Israelis to help grow food for the Palestinians? As I understand it, Hamas didn't want their population to be happy. They wanted them to be constantly fed an anti-Israel mantra. Not good for peace.
Thank you, Lord Roderick, for granting us this interview and for your time. Thank you for watching. This was an interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great-nephew of former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Thank you for watching.
Poverty spreads along with administrative corruption and domestic violence. Our team arrived in the state of Uttar Pradesh in northern India, home to around 250 million people. Society in this large Asian country is divided into 4 main classes. But today our journey is to learn about a group that lies outside this social structure. The Dalits, or those considered untouchable. A Hindu group considered to be at the very bottom of society by Indian standards. Members of this group are born into lives filled with marginalization, exclusion, violations of their most basic rights, and even rape. Do the victims remain silent forever? A woman from this class decides, specifically from the city of Banda, to put an end to these practices, and forms a gang, yes, a gang for the oppressed. On a special mission, our team managed to reach this woman and investigate the background of her group.
मेरा नाम संपत पाल है, मैं गुलाबी गैंग की राष्ट्रीय कमांडर हूँ और गुलाबी गैंग जो है वो महिलाओं के हित के लिए बनाया गया है। महिला जो कि पुरुषों से ज़्यादा काम करती है।
My name is Sampat Pal. I am the leader of the Gulabi Gang. We were founded to champion the rights of women. A woman cares for her family and her husband's family, so why shouldn't she be respected? That is what drove me to establish this gang, and it became known as Gulabi Gang in 2006.
One day, Sampat Pal saw a man mercilessly abusing his wife and witnessed it. She asked him to stop, but he assaulted her as well, so she returned the next day, accompanied by 5 other women carrying bamboo sticks, and punished the perpetrator. Harshly, the news spread like wildfire, and soon women began approaching Sampat Pal in large numbers, requesting similar interventions. Many women stepped forward to join her group, so she decided that this newly formed association needed a uniform and a name. Does the Gulabi Gang truly seek to defend the rights of the marginalized? Or does it have other motives? In the absence of law, does the people have the right to become an independent authority? Sampat Pal regularly meets with members of her gang, all of them women, to discuss the city's conditions and inform her about those in need of help.
राजीव गांधी वो शहीद हुए और
You cannot be an activist without facing some challenges. This is how we learned about activists. Gandhi struggled much. Many with him were killed. Indira Gandhi sacrificed her life for society. Rajiv Gandhi was martyred. Even Bhagat Singh was hanged. There are even more names in our community. If we do not face these problems, we will gain nothing in this world.
Everyone here knows this gang, from their organized military-style marches to their distinctive matching pink outfits. Gulabi in Hindi means the color pink, and this bright color is not a random choice that it had relied on in the past.
The official color of the gang is pink. It is the symbol of women. It has always been associated with them. It's their favorite color. We have basic rights. We must be educated. When men tried to stop us, we must teach them. Thanks to the 30% quota of seats, women can now become village heads. This quota was allocated by Rajiv Gandhi. We are doing this today because we have secured this quota. In a single day, I will travel between the villages where women hold leadership positions. When we are there, do not address the men. Tell the men, you are not the leader. Your wife is. Let your wives speak up, or you will not find a place among us. Around 1,000 or 2,000 women belong to the Gulabi Gang. This is how change is made. An awakening is only possible if we know our rights. With a large number, specifically from the Banda district, in simple steps, we should discuss ideas and not fight with each other. We joined the Gulabi Gang for a simple reason. We are suffering from problems, and we want to solve them. I draw my inspiration from my own personal experiences, and that is why I invited and trained women in this organization.
They sing motivational songs together before preparing to head into the streets, with everyone participating, even children, as Sampat Pal represents a role model for them.
There might be quite a few, maybe 1,000 or 2,000, but that's not the case in our Banda district. There are many people who should join the Gulabi Gang. The reason is that when someone shares their troubles, we need to help resolve their issues.
Sampat Pal tried to formally engage in politics, which led her to run independently in parliamentary elections, but she did not achieve the result she wanted, yet others from the Gulabi Gang gained significant political influence. In 2010, 21 members of the gang were elected to panchayat positions overseas. Local issues such as road construction, water sanitation, and agricultural development plans.
We started the Gulabi Gang to uplift women and confront the system. Be happy whether it's a girl or a boy. Educate the girl, educate the boy, give them equal education. Only then will our society progress.
They don't say anything. What is there to say? They just want to show us a fight, thinking there won't be a fight. Our work will be disrupted, and then everything will be finalized. We don't speak up because our men support us and don't side with anyone else's household. Our men stand by us wherever you go.
This movement began with only dozens of women, but today the number of members of the Gulabi movement is estimated in the thousands across different Indian states. However, the number of active members can change. It is difficult to give an exact figure, as it operates as a decentralized movement without formal membership requirements.
Sister, the woman who faces oppression. In-laws frequently mistreat sisters and daughters. They don't keep them, they beat them well. They have it too. She goes to them and explains clearly that you need to keep it. So they keep them well and do what is necessary. Now those who drink alcohol, right? Such people are given all the utensils, so sister gives them, she also punishes. That's not the case with them. Also for improvement. They work too, trying to build her own home.
She and her group of women wear pink saris and carry sticks. They did not limit themselves to fighting injustice and corruption, but also confront police officers, corrupt officials, and abusive husbands. The Gulabi Gang also organized protests to improve roads and provide clean water tanks, as well as protesting violence directed at Dalit women.
Look, whether it's a politician, an official, or a village thug, I am always ready to stand against them. Whether they are politicians, thugs, or officials, we are always ready with our sticks. And I believe that if an official behaves like a thug, we have our sticks to deal with them. But if an official stands for justice, they're like a brother to us. This is our stance.
The Gulabi Gang asserts that it stands firmly against social injustice and works toward justice and economic empowerment for women, providing shelter for widows, pressuring authorities to fulfill their duties and expand food distribution in deprived areas, and teaching women self-defense skills. It also helps rape victims report cases and obtain justice. The means of achieving these goals vary widely, from reconciliation sessions to protests, from cooperation with local authorities to punishing rapists using wooden sticks.
They handle buildings like their dough, then head home. If they persecute them, we will take them away. Let's go with us. Let's kill you with us. They take them out when they come home. So we will fight. No one will hit or abuse you. We will live well while carrying the pink stick.
But an important question remains. What is the view of men in this traditional society? To answer this question, we followed the Gulabi Gang during its tour of the Central Market.
Gulabi Gang is led by Sampat Pal, who has been involved for 20 years. Living in the same village means we always meet.
They confront the weak in an unconventional way and put on an engaging display as if they were part of a famous rock band with all eyes on them. Are these looks of admiration, or is there something else?
If we seek help from those in power, they can assist us, but it's not guaranteed that they will.
The suffering of women in this society is not foreign to Sampat Pal, as she was married at the age of 12 and took up the stick at 16.
Initially, I wasn't aware, and I hadn't formed the Gulabi Gang. The Gulabi Gang didn't exist back then. If I had known about it earlier, perhaps I would have acted similarly. I would have sent them to jail myself. Now, I often think about how our daughter is studying. We educated our son, educated our daughter, brought a daughter-in-law. Everything is going well. Our family is also thriving. So I have 4 daughters and 1 son. This is my son, Kamta Prasad. He's also married now. Look, brother, their daughter is becoming our daughter-in-law, right?
The elder boy who talks.
Yes, let's go.
They said, "Don't teach us through experience," I replied. "If you were like that."
How do you do it? Do you do it?
Yes.
How do you do it? Our daughter-in-law has also completed her MA. She is well educated, and our daughter is capable in every way. I have built a good family, and along with my family, I have worked for others as well. Go ahead and make a difference. People often say to take care of your own home first, so we focused on our own household initially. Only after that did we work outside.
Since last year, the talker and other thugs have been meddling in the land deeds. They are causing trouble, claiming that the land belongs to them and not to the locals. They are forcibly filling the land with soil and marking it with stones to assert their ownership. This has been happening for the past 15 days. When Sampat Pal intervened, she put a stop to it. Now that she has intervened, things have come to a halt. But the problem remains with us here. When we were building our house, they were calling us thugs, saying that this is Talker's land, meaning, don't build your house here, this is our land, you need to leave, you have no claim here. And if we have the land deed, why should we leave? We will stay right here, where else would we go? So in terms of the land allotment, we're saying there's no ours or yours here. We're saying we need the land deeds, we need the land deeds. Our land has been here for 20 years, it's been 25 years since the dispute.
While Gulabi women roam the city, she receives some women in her home to listen to their problems.
Let me tell you what happened with me. Our goat got loose and started eating the wheat. So the Brahmin's mother came over. She caught the goat and tied it up at her house. When she tied it up, my brother-in-law went over and brought the goat back, tying it up at our place. After tying him up, they started hurling abuses. When they began abusing, his son was also there. The younger one explained the whole situation. From here, they took us there and then started grabbing land, saying, "Tell us, he's a poor man. Why don't you write an application for him? Why not? When you write a report, they say he's a leader. He's a leader. So let him be a leader." What do? The poor man is running here and there out of fear, and they're making him fall there. So if you only listen to them and not to us, then what can we do? That's where the Gulabi Gang comes in. Sampat Pal from the Gulabi Gang. It was Sampat Pal who helped us. I filed a report.
Yes, when women face atrocities, she goes there to resolve the issue and comes back. She comes back. Didi comes back. Sampat Pal arrives.
What should she do? She should ensure that some legal action or court intervention takes place. There should be some expenses too, as we are being suppressed and intimidated by powerful people. They have power, and we feel helpless. It should be like this, but I've lived in the village. The children's ashes that the next program will raise.
That girl ran away with a man 8 years older, believing he was well off. But she discovered in the first nights of marriage the opposite, so she returned to her family the next morning. The girl asked Sampat Pal to intervene to annul the marriage.
The daughter got her Aadhaar card number increased, just like that. Yes, if she was coming for studies, then it has increased up to 5. The issue of the mark sheet is from 5 years ago. If it aligns with the Aadhaar card, she is considered a minor. We need the 5-mark sheet. Anyone can get an Aadhaar card made, right? One error, right? Yes, an error, and fled again.
In the eyes of many, Sampat Pal may be seen as a woman who rebels against social norms, yet she does not hide her adherence to many traditions. As she does with this young woman trying to determine her age by examining her arms. In India, a person is not considered an adult until reaching 18. Therefore, the marriage is considered invalid because the girl has not yet reached this age. The Gulabi Gang may claim that it is committed to achieving justice, but not everyone shares the same view. The methods of this group, which at times include direct confrontation and even violence, raise concerns among some thinkers.
Administration which has a lot to answer, because despite the fact that the government is trying its level best to penetrate into the society, they are still far from the actual issue which needs to be sorted out. And it is at this stage that the government feels little constrained, because Gulabi Gang has its approach, had its connection within the family, within the society, and they can manage things rather very easily. They can flag up issues. They come to know about a particular problem right in the beginning. Whereas the government has its constraints, it cannot go into at the village level all the time, and they are not present in fact. And the Gulabi Gang people, they are basically from the community, so they are easy. They can in fact manage things much earlier as compared to the government officials.
It is a parallel system. It is a system which is not constitutional or which is not legitimized by the provisions of the country. We know that the socio-political conditions of any society can spark off responses in the citizen. And here this was a feminist response which was to the conditions of women in that area. It included things like domestic violence, it included things like lack of rights, privileges, opportunities for women. So we can see that these are very crass conditions, very poor, abject conditions in which women were living. And so they thought it pertinent to come on the ground and take the law in their own hands and improve their own situation. Gulabi Gang has made its presence felt. So in a way it should modulate its confrontationist stand, and it should now try and align itself with the ideas or with the, we can say, policies of the government.
I feel very happy. I am thinking that every woman should become like Sampat Pal. They just want the Pink Gang to end. This name will definitely continue, and that makes me happy.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of the Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Now, as Saudi Arabia pushes ahead with Vision 2030 and its goal to attract 150 million visitors per year, places like this at Qiddiya City have a major part to play by reshaping the kingdom's tourism and entertainment landscape. Today we are at Aquarabia, which is just opening its doors to the public. This is the largest water theme park in the region, featuring more than 20 rides, many of them world record breakers. We're sitting alongside Six Flags Qiddiya City, which itself is home to 28 attractions and some of the most ambitious roller coasters ever built. These two sites combined are creating thousands of jobs. So what does it take to build a destination of this scale? And what does it say about where Saudi Arabia is heading? We're joined now by Brian McCammer, who is the president of the Six Flags Qiddiya City and Aquarabia theme parks. A very warm welcome to Al Arabiya English.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Brian, tell us first of all about Aquarabia. How did it come to be?
Well, this was one of the marquee attractions that was designed as part of the overall Qiddiya City destination. So dating back to probably 2018, the original concept for the park came about. The Aquarabia, the theming, the entire concept was homegrown. It's a fresh IP, brand new. You'll never find anything else in the world to match this theming that we have here. And so we took initial concept back in 2018, 2019, and took it through all the design phases, and here we are now, excited to be opening the park to the public.
And I mentioned Vision 2030 in my introduction, and I'm just wondering how you see Aquarabia fitting within that vision.
It's incredibly important part of it. It's the second major asset at the overall destination that's going to come online. Six Flags opened just a few months ago, and now the water park. They're very complementary of each other, I think, in the kingdom and at Qiddiya. A first water theme park in the region in the kingdom of this caliber, and it's just going to play an important role as the rest of the destinations and assets open in Qiddiya in the coming years.
Brian, what do you think these parks, Aquarabia and Six Flags, tell us about the general direction that Saudi Arabia is heading in?
Well, I think it's no hidden secret that everyone in the world loves to have fun. They like to visit theme parks, water parks. It's exciting now to have parks of this caliber in the kingdom here in Riyadh for the locals to visit. No longer do they need to travel to the outer regions and Europe and Asia, North America, etc. to visit. And this is also going to be a catalyst to drive tourism to Riyadh and to the kingdom.
How do you think Aquarabia compares to other offerings regionally, internationally? What do you think makes Aquarabia stand out?
It's really an unbelievable water park. I've been in the industry a long time, and I've never seen a water park of this caliber. The uniqueness of the rides, the location as we sit at the base of the Tuwaiq mountain range, 200-meter cliffs, the center of the park, Camel Rock, with a fine dining restaurant at the top of the mountain, multiple slides integrated into the mountain. It's just the whole setting, the theming, hearing the waves in the middle of Riyadh, in the middle of Saudi Arabia. It just transports you to another place.
Right, you're talking about Camel Rock, which for our viewers is up there, just over there. And what have we got over here? What's this?
So this is our wave pool, and you can see the foxes carved into the rocks. Throughout the park, we've got homage to the indigenous animals in the region, and basically they came to Aquarabia as a wellness spring. And so you'll see carvings throughout the park, and we use that to also identify various zones around the park. But this is probably one of the most popular attractions in the park, where you can basically float around, and it's good for all ages and just very popular.
I was going to say, who's the ideal customer here?
All of the above. Toddlers, we've got areas of the park designed for the younger kids, the tweens, the thrill attractions, those that just want to relax. We've got 81 amazing cabanas in the park that I've never seen. They're more similar to a hotel room that you can book during the day, and you can see them behind us around the pool. So you can basically, depending on the age of your family, you can get a cabana in whatever section of the park that fits your kids' needs and camp for the whole day. So.
And are you mostly going to be, do you expect to be mostly welcoming Saudi nationals, international visitors? What are you thinking?
So in the beginning, we're predominantly local market and Saudi-based visitation. Certainly then GCC, but the caliber of this park, the quality, the attractions at both the Six Flags and Aquarabia, they're of an international standard, and we're already seeing a lot of interest in overseas markets to come and visit the both parks.
Tell us about pricing. What's it going to cost for an adult to come in here?
Sure. So depending on times of the year, we'll have demand-based pricing. Currently, we have 350 SAR for an adult ticket. On a peak day, 325 SAR on a weekday.
Around the $100 mark?
Yes, yes. And then children are a flat 200 SAR year-round. But I would say the big advantage would be we do family bundles, right? So for 1,000 SAR, you can get 5 tickets for your family, which is big in Saudi Arabia. There's a large population that has a lot of extended family, as well as annual passes, which will allow you to come year-round.
So that answers my next question, year-round. I was going to ask you what you're going to do during the hot summer months. I mean, does that change anything as far as your opening plans are concerned?
So both parks have a lot of designs into the park to manage the temperatures. A lot of shading around the park if it's during the daytime. But as we move into the stronger summers, we can shift the operating hours later in the afternoon into the evening. The park is designed to operate at nighttime, and actually it's probably more beautiful even at night with all the lighting. And so it's going to be designed to operate year-round, daytime, evening, based on the climate or the customer's preference.
This is an arid country, and we're quite far from the sea, and you've built a water theme park. I'm imagining there have been some challenges along the way. Just tell us a bit about them.
I think the biggest challenge would be the location was kind of a brownfield, as we called it. And so all of the infrastructure, roads, utilities, accommodations, staff housing, all had to be brought to the site. So that takes a lot of several years to put that in place. Once that's in place, now the additional assets that you can see coming online behind us have kind of paves the way for the future development and assets in the coming years.
When the project success is discussed, how will you define success? What will success look like to you?
So I think when guests come to the park, I want to hear from the customer. I want to hear the feedback as a family. And the feedback I've received from many Saudis, when they come to the park, they felt they've been transported to another country. They never thought they would see something of this caliber, of this scale in Riyadh or in the kingdom. To me, that's the first accomplishment, right? We've built something that is amazing. It's going to be world-class operating standards, and that's going to be great, not just for our local market from a visitation, but it'll be enough to draw from a worldwide audience to come.
Okay. I mean, this is a business show. I'd like to talk about a couple of numbers with you, if that's all right. What sort of opportunities has this park, Aquarabia, created in terms of job opportunities in the area?
Well, I would say, between Six Flags and Aquarabia, we have over 2,000 employees. We have a heavy desire to employ Saudi nationals as a key priority for the project, and I'm happy to say that we're probably approximately 45% of our workforce is Saudi national. This is a new career opportunity, and we've tried to explain and show that just like in Orlando or in other parts of the world, this can be a long-term career. You can start out, as I did, at an entry-level position in food and beverage or aquatics, and through time and advancing yourself and your skills, you'll be able to make a lifelong career of this. And that's really our goal for all the assets within Qiddiya, is to show that this is a great growth opportunity from an employment perspective.
Okay, from a sustainability point of view, I mean, obviously managing water use and energy, presumably that's a key part of what you're focused on. How are you doing those things?
A lot of that goes into the initial design, the engineering of the parks. Many parks are decades old, 50 years, 70 years old, so they've got kind of legacy systems. Here we were able to design these parks with a lot of the modern technologies and monitoring systems. For example, BMS management systems that we can control, water temperatures, air conditioning, utilizing underground holding tanks so you don't have a massive water evaporation. So there's all of those planning that went into place in the initial design of the park.
Yeah, I mean, I thought evaporation would be a really big issue with the sorts of temperatures that can be reached. I mean, is that going to be a major challenge?
It's something that you can't avoid. However, I think we've put the best mitigation plans as possible, into the initial design of the park.
We talked about how there are a lot of standout rides, standout elements to Aquarabia. How are you going to make sure that you maintain those standout elements and stay ahead?
As any park, when we open, every attraction is new. to the visitors, and we take surveys, and we want to hear from our customers on a daily, weekly, ongoing basis. And we will, as we move into, say, year 2 or year 3 of operation, understand where we may have missed on the design. Do we need more attractions for thrill seekers or the toddlers or family attractions? And then that's what evolves into our planning, our capital investment, our capital projects on what we want to add or enhance in the park. Sometimes it's rides, sometimes it's things like toilets, prayer rooms, restaurants, retail. So that's something that we monitor ongoing as the park evolves.
All right, always looking to improve and evolve. A couple of partnerships. You've got a partnership, I gather, with Saudiya. I mean, how important are partnerships in driving perhaps the international visitor numbers?
I think people like to have brand association. I think what I was very impressed with Qiddiya and the entire Vision 2030 is the collaboration and the willingness for corporations and companies within the kingdom in Riyadh to partner with us and support us. It's more of a collaboration. It's really a partnership. It's not a sponsorship term. It's a partnership, and it's been great to have some of the larger companies and organizations in the kingdom to come on board and partner with us.
Okay, and just lastly, obviously you're new, and lots of elements about it are going to be the novelty factor of Aquarabia. How are you going to keep the visitors coming back?
Well, we have the luxury of, we're the first 2 assets with Six Flags and Aquarabia. However, our Sir Nick Faldo golf course will be opening later this year. We have hotels coming online next year. Every 6 months, 9 months, year, there's going to be a new amazing asset opening at Qiddiya City, and that will, in my opinion, keep us, on a upward trajectory for the coming years, if not decades.
Well, it is just the beginning. It sounds like it's going to keep getting better and better. That's all we have time for. Many thanks indeed, Brian Makema, the president of Six Flags Qiddiya City and Aquarabia Water Theme Park. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you very much indeed to you for watching this special edition of The Real Deal on Al Arabiya English. Do stay tuned.
One of the most important archaeological sites in Saudi Arabia, proudly listed on the UNESCO World Heritage List. Hello, welcome to a new episode of Where To, from the land of kings and heroes, from the capital of the first Saudi state, and from one of the most important archaeological sites in Saudi Arabia, proudly listed on the UNESCO World Heritage List. This remarkable place has preserved its authenticity, an architectural heritage, standing as a reference for traditional Nadi architecture. With modernization, the past has been seamlessly integrated with the present, transforming this place into one of the kingdom's premier tourist, economic, cultural, and sporting destinations. Let's explore Diriyah together. No need to worry when you visit. The parking facility accommodates more than 1,300 cars across 3 levels. This smart and eco-friendly model serves as the foundation for future projects in Diriyah. One of the biggest challenges at major tourist attractions is finding parking. Visitors benefit from a dedicated smart parking system. As soon as you enter, your car's details are automatically recorded and displayed on intelligent screens, completely paperless and environmentally friendly. You can, even through the devices distributed in the parking, locate your car by entering its plate number. Whether you stay for 4 or 6 hours, there's no need to worry about forgetting where you park. We'll talk about a model parking facility that will become widely available in the future. Will include smart charging stations designed for future cars, electric cars, the moment you exit the parking, your journey truly begins at Boujairi Terrace. Even this short walkway offers a glimpse of what awaits inside. A perfect example of human-centered urban design. What is Diriyah? Diriyah traces its roots to traditional Nadi architecture and agricultural heritage. Interestingly, this modern parking facility we've been talking about was once an old farm, now thoughtfully modernized and repurposed into a parking area. The moment you step out, you will see the buildings and the greenery all around, marking the beginning of your journey to Al-Bujeri. To enter Bujeri Terrace, tickets must be purchased through the official Diriyah website. The ticket costs SAR 100 on weekdays and SAR 200 on weekends. The terrace is open daily from 10:00 am until midnight, and the ticket redeemable at participating restaurants and cafes in Bujeri Terrace in Diriyah. It's a great idea that the 100 SAR is deducted from your bill. However, what we didn't anticipate is the crowd, so I highly recommend making a reservation before visiting Bujeri Terrace. Whether for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, booking is essential either directly through the restaurants by phone or via their Instagram pages. A quick coffee and pure relaxation. Bujeri Terrace, truly a family-friendly destination. Its pedestrian area spans over 15,000 mm, a very large open area overlooking Wadi Hanifa. It features a wide selection of cafes and restaurants, including renowned international brands. Altogether, the venue can accommodate more than 30,000 visitors. With one ticket and walking, you'll move from Bujeri Terrace to the historic district of At Turaib, whose age extends to more than 300 years. Inside, you'll discover the palaces of Al Saud from the first Saudi state and experience authentic Meiji life through immersive exhibit. At the heart of At Turaib stands Salwa Palace, home to 3 remarkable museums: the Horse Museum, the Military Museum, and a museum dedicated to the history of the Al Saud family, the ruling dynasty of Saudi Arabia. What a breathtaking view at sunset! We are in one of the most important viewpoints located in Salwa Palace. From here, you can see palm groves, Bujeri Terrace, and Wadi Hanifa. Perfect for unforgettable photographs. We are now walking through At Turaib Historic District, surrounded by its historical heritage, palaces, mosques, and private traditional houses. At every turn, you'll find a tour guide, ready to share accurate and original historical insights about each site you encounter. Some of these buildings have preserved their original structures even though they have undergone careful restoration, but you will truly feel as if you've stepped back in time. We've continued our walk toward the northern area. Here, you'll discover an important lesson that reveals the origins of political protocol in Saudi Arabia, specifically during the Second Saudi state. In the past, any visitor was immediately welcomed and hosted in a designated guest area, traditionally known as the hammam. These spaces were fully equipped to offer comfort and rest, preparing guests according to formal protocol before their audience with prominent figures. Within this historical context, behind me stand the palaces of Nasser and Saad bin Saud,
As you observe them closely, do they remind you of anything? This very site hosted the official dinner organized by Saudi Arabia. We are truly standing in front of a remarkable historical landmark. The layout of homes in the Aktareich Historic District, along with authentic Nadi architecture, was carefully designed to reduce temperatures. Everything is carefully designed. Notice the triangular openings on the rooftops? They serve as natural ventilation channels, allowing air to circulate day and night in both summer and winter. Among the highlights of the Diriyah Museum, particularly on the second floor, is a glass walkway composed of 7 colored tiles, gradually transitioning from red and orange to green. It symbolizes the fall of the first Saudi state and the hardships it endured, culminating in prosperity in the rise of the second Saudi state, represented by the color green. We also honor Imam Turki bin Abdullah, the founder of the second Saudi state, and the historical figure that we commemorate. One of the most prominent symbols associated with him is the famous Al-Adrab sword. This is an exact replica of the Al-Adrab sword, rooted in Saudi history and featured in the traditional Arda dance. Read more about it, and you'll discover further details when you visit the museum. And Prince Khalid al-Faisal spoke the truth today when he said, "Oh, Knights of Mar to you! Your love came first and grows precious. Remarkable tourist destinations here in the capital Riyadh, and an ideal place for celebrations and business gatherings. Open year-round. It truly deserves more than a single day to explore. Enjoy! See you soon in another episode of Where To."
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the